我们曾经強大，但在最關鍵時刻卻倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリャコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却讓它溜走。這種事不會再發生了。這一次，我們會牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of our mid-season here at the LCP, and what an absolute heater we have in store tonight. We are going to have Talon taking on the Chiefs in our first game, the heavy hitters Talon, in all honesty, up against the massive underdogs in Chiefs. And then following up from that, we're going to have SoftBank up against GAM, which I actually have some reservations about that one, because I think SoftBank looked a lot better in their first week, and GAM looking roughly the same as their sort of end of split from our first split. But, of course, it is going to be me, your host again, Vestian, and alongside me, my good friend, it is Panda.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting night. Now, look, part of me believes Poltron. And as much as, yeah, look, it was maybe not the full confidence. Yeah, he reckons there's a chance they could beat Talon. I'm not discounting it. There is a pretty significant difference between end of Split 1 Chiefs and current Chiefs. They've stepped up in a massive way. Clearly, you heard him. They've overhauled the entire system behind the scenes to make sure this Chiefs roster can perform to its absolute peak. And with TLN potentially taking a step down in their graces this year in terms of what we expected out of them, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I'm certainly saying there is a world in which Chiefs do take away a win tonight.
Yep, and that win will almost certainly, if it does happen, come from the 1v1 because Jimmy's still looking very fierce in those 1v1s. I believe he's still undefeated. So far, pretty much every series that Chiefs goes into, barring the Biopanther 1v1 at the start of the first split, they've had side selection. Unfortunately, it has not mattered. But still, you start off, you get side selection. It is a good way to begin your attempt here at trying to get yourself a series win. Poltron said 2-0 in favor of the Chiefs in our interview last week. If that were to happen, it would be a massive shock, I believe, to everyone.
I mean, absolutely. And you can look at the Chiefs right now. They are starting the gauntlet run here in this split. They open with arguably the easiest match against DFM. To be fair, I think it could have gone either way towards the tail end. I think the Chiefs were just as deserving of a win in that situation. But to be fair, go on. And as an absolute demon in the jungle really shut them down. The next easy match is the end of the split with SoftBank. So from here on out, it is tough opponents. They're going to have to really step up and put in the hard yards. And well, look, it seems that Jimmy is going to be taken to the rift. Well, the bridge, the abyss. That's the one for the 1v1s. And at this stage, given how he's been playing, I wouldn't have anyone else.
Yeah, especially in these 1v1s. As I said, undefeated currently. He has really thrived and is looking infallible in terms of those 1v1s. But staring across him on the bridge will, in fact, be Betty, who is very formidable in his own right. It's a very scary competitor. And I mean, if anyone can take him down, it's Jimmy, but it's not going to be an easy job.
No, certainly not, and especially with the new champion pool and having to figure out some of those interactions. It definitely feels like there's a potential for a much more punishing matchup if you pick wrong, so you're going to have to be very careful. But, I mean, looking at this Chiefs roster as it stands, we do see that it is going to be the age-old man in the top lane coming back in for at least game one. We've talked about how we kind of want to see a bit of interchangeability between Zoranus and Bio.
For sure.
But, I mean, Betty is going to be coming in, making a statement. His opponent, Violet, has come out of the gate swinging for the Chiefs roster, so I would have loved to have seen that 1v1 matchup, but you can't go wrong with Jimmy at the moment.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if there's someone that's not losing any 1v1s, you put him into the 1v1s, right? But as you sort of touched on about Violet, he was, for my money, the most consistent player on the Chiefs in their first series. Game 1, he was very formidable, played extremely well, played well game 2 and 3. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Set up against Yasuo. Now, I actually don't know who would win this. I feel like this is going to be very micro-intensive. I would suggest Set's the easier of the two to play, but if you're a good Yasuo, then Yasuo probably takes it just because of the movement he has access to, as well as he has a bit more range, being that Q3 that can come out from range up against the Set. So it'll be interesting to see. I would favor Jimmy simply because he hasn't lost yet, but I think, in all honesty, if both players are playing at absolute peak, Yasuo might just be the better 1v1 champion.
In terms of raw power, at least pre-6, I think you favor Set. If he can get his hands on Yasuo, deny those, even get sustained damage out, he hits pretty hard. Also having true damage as well on top of it all could make for a problem. The problem being, it is going to be a bit hard to get that true damage out onto a Yasuo who's going to be looking to dash through a minion wave.
Feels like it's Yasuo that has to sort of play poorly to get hit by the true damage by Set, especially on a map like Howling Abyss. So we'll see. Obviously, Jimmy, if there was anyone to make it work, it's probably him. Nice dodge there of that first Steel Tempest. Going to be pretty inconsequential ultimately, however.
Absolutely knows that Jimmy is likely sitting in their brush. I think realistically, Set's just inherent power could make this a very tough 1v1, and I think Betty's identified that. Has the HP advantage, just has the natural damage output advantage, at least in the early stages. Plus with Conqueror, could be a bit of a problem when it comes to skirmishing, and Betty is really respecting that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stage of the game where Set really thrives, the very early stages. You walk up and just pull them in, hit them around the chops a little bit, and call it a day. But
hit them around the chips.
Yeah, no, he's playing on the chips.
Yeah, it's the one. Chips about to go big, and Betty, look, there isn't a heck of a lot you can do in this situation. It might just come down to that slow scaling. If Betty can't get farm, becomes a bit of a problem. Jimmy's going to be coming back. I mean, realistically, if Jimmy comes back with, build that Thormail route, which we've already seen, and it was the Darius Riven matchup, could be a bit of a problem for Betty in terms of getting that damage out as well.
For sure. Looks like a little bit of a brawl going on. Really nice job by both of them. I think Jimmy ultimately coming off the better end just slightly. Not finding a way, however, to use that massive true damage nuke that can come out. Ultimately wasn't really building up the grit all that much anyway.
Jimmy, he's playing it smart. He's going to have a decent gold advantage here, up 10 CS. And Jimmy gets some of that healing off as well. Ooh, takes a bit of punishment.
Okay, doesn't hit the true damage, but still hits a sizable chunk of damage in any case. And Jimmy's ultimately going to be able to look for a recall here. We'll see what he has access to. Betty looking to stop it, will be dodged out, but ultimately job was done from that Steel Tempest.
Oh, Jimmy. Is he get it back? I mean, he does have the refillable. Oh, okay. Walk left, not right. Would have been fine, but it's those mind games. And oh, Betty's hit 6. This could be problematic.
This minion will give Jimmy in 6 too. Oh, it actually doesn't. So he needs one more, I believe, but he's still doing really well. He managed to CC Betty during the duration of that ult, and he's going to get one of his own. And Jimmy, he leads 1-0. He gets himself a massive injection of gold. And once again, he looks to lead the Chiefs to side selection. Still, he needs another kill. He needs a tower, but sets himself up for success.
I mean, with the showstopper, it's going to be very, very hard for Betty to even remain close once it comes off cooldown. He's going to get himself a play. He's 14 CS plus a kill. He's just going to be Mr. Moneybags at this point. He is truly the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, Fofo, he's cosplaying at the moment. He's actually going to have to lane against that guy.
Yeah. The Don.
I think maybe the Champion League that is most Fofo-like is set.
Look,
just from attitude.
If he was in the game, I reckon it would have been Silco.
Oh,
he is very Ken Barony.
I don't feel like Fofo's that evil.
No, but then Silco wasn't truly evil either.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, interesting. The recurve bow, Vampire Acceptor, and...
Blade of the Rune King.
I mean, look...
It's a really good 1v1 item, and Set ultimately can proc it really easily because his auto attacks come in too, and his Q is an auto attack reset, so getting those 3 autos is going to be really, really easy. It also gives him sustain. Won't offer him the highest amount of damage, but I think it's a reasonable decision. In any case, you're just so far ahead that it doesn't really matter, in all fairness. I do wonder if Pickaxe could have been better than the recurve bow.
Potentially. I mean, look, I think there's... He could have gone any number of routes, I think, with this 1v1 matchup. But Jimmy, like you said, is just so far ahead at the moment. Betty is just so under threat. You look, he's 2-level lead. And Betty had all that time in lane without Jimmy. Yeah. I think realistically, this one of those very common death by 1,000 cuts type situations. Betty's already lost one fight. Yeah. Chances are, from that point on, regardless of what happens, he's going to lose the next one too.
It is very rare that someone gets first blooded in these 1v1s and is able to come back.
Yeah,
it does happen, so it's not out of the question. It's just fairly...
I mean, he's almost got double the CS of Betty.
Yeah,
in a 1v1. That's criminal.
There is a lot here, so it will somewhat even back up a little bit, but not a significant amount. Obviously, still 20 ahead. Yeah, Jimmy feeling very comfortable. I mean, he's probably just happy to play it safe. He knows he's going to get to his item much faster than Betty.
Oh,
no reason to really risk anything. And Betty taking a lot of damage despite the bone plating.
I mean, between Pit, Grit, and Knuckle down, Jimmy is literally just ruining Yasuo's face right now. This is that free plastic surgery they tell you about.
Yeah. No one's ever told me about that, actually.
It's not good plastic surgery, but it's free. Or cosmetic surgery,
Both teams avidly watching their 1v1 players' screens. I think the Chiefs are a little happier watching their one.
Absolutely. And I mean, given what we saw out of week 1, Dames 2 and 3 were a bit, okay. Yeah, I don't think there was much follow-up there for Betty. Oh, you're in a dangerous spot, buddy. You are so deep.
Yeah, that is going to be a Yasuo ending up under tower, takes a tower shot. Jimmy in. Bit of a mouse slip there, perhaps, as everything goes a little wonky. But, I mean, it's not going to be all that big of a deal, considering he is just so far ahead. Still, there was a potential where maybe he could have found a kill. Wasn't able to. Now he's going to have to be, he's going to be able to rather look for that recall if Betty does allow it. Won't do so. Honestly, sudden death's about to come in, and there is an ult for Betty, whereas there isn't for Jimmy.
He definitely needs to get the back off. Oh,
I mean, he is still just really far ahead.
Yeah.
If neither of them back, Jimmy is still in a favorable position. So now Betty is going to look for that back.
I mean, given how low that tower... Yeah, okay, so unfortunately Set isn't just going to be able to outright destroy the tower, but yeah, gets the maximum amount of gold. I mean, that is such a disparity. 22 CS difference.
Yeah, so let's see what that means. Obviously, we see the Blade of the Ruin King there. Jimmy's going to have to be fast. The circle
and
start
a fade.
coming in. Okay, so yeah, it's a phage advantage, essentially. Plate of Steel Cap's definitely a stronger item in these fights than Berserker Greaves. Sure, Berserker Greaves work a little bit better on champs like Yasuo and Yone, but I would definitely take, in this situation, the Plate of Steel Caps 99 times out of 100.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy even still has a level advantage, and that ult is rapidly approaching activity.
So Betty does somewhat have an advantage for the time being, and whoever dies next will lose. So it doesn't matter that Jimmy got first blood. All that results in now is the additional gold. Jimmy, he needs to try and buy a little bit of time, I feel, to try and get that ultimate back up. It is getting very, very close. He misses out on that. He does get a really nice pile drive. He's looking for it, but Betty's getting him very low. Can he find the massive true damage nuke? No, he won't. But he does have barrier still. He's getting so low, and there it comes. But Betty might have just done enough. Jimmy dodges out. Oh my god, this is so close. Jimmy will get it done. And the Chiefs get side selection yet again.
Jimmy has hands. Jimmy has big old hands.
My god, you can see how nervous he was there. As soon as I saw that fight breaking out, I was like, oh my god, he's going to lose this. He's going to somehow lose it. Betty's managed to do it. Dodges one single Q3, and that was the difference maker. He's able to then capitalize, get the kill by the smallest
Well, he
margins.
dodged two. So he dodged the first one with the showstopper and then sidesteps the second one.
Yeah.
So there was just nothing to it. And even when, you know, Yasuo thought he'd had him, got the ult off, barrier was still up the entire time for Jimmy, and you dancing around each other just trying to heal off the minion wave desperately. And then, yeah, shield's natural set. Tankiness plus the shield plus the fact that you just have these steroid auto attacks meant that he was always just going to beat down poor Betty.
It was awfully close though, and considering the gold disadvantage Betty found himself in, did a very good job of trying to pilot that 1v1, and unfortunately for the side of Talon, Jimmy and win streak will continue.
It still should have ended earlier. Showstop at Ender Tower, unfortunately, was off the mark with the facebreaker. Had that facebreaker landed, 100% he wins that outright 2-0.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, happens. You can't think back on that. It was a big old whiff, really. I don't know how else to describe that. That was just a big old whiff, but he managed to get it done. And so Chiefs, I believe in their first series, chose red side both games that they had side selection. So we'll see if they opt to do it here, because every other team really has been going for the blue side. I'll be interested to see.
I mean, at the moment, again, we're still early days in the competition at the moment. Win rate is blue skewed.
Yeah.
I think 60, 64%, give or take. Red side is obviously a little bit bleaker. But we saw that even out in Split 1, where it came down to, I think it was 55-45 by the end of it. Yes, still in favour of the red, given that was where everyone seemed to want to go. Or at least was finding, red side was finding the most success early on, and then that's when it
and that was largely because the better team was winning, regardless of the side selection. So they'd win the game, and the other team would choose blue, and then they would win on red anyway. But we'll see. Chiefs are definitely the underdogs. Heavy underdogs here, as they still are yet to find a series win in the LCP. Looked better in their first series. The game they won against DFM, very clean, very well done. It was a big step up from their win against DFM in the first split. So we'll see if they can continue that, because if you do try and take your mind back many a week, I guess, their very first series of the split 1 was against Talon. They lost 2-0, but it was fairly... It was a fairly good competition.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I was.
It was before my time.
It was fairly close. It was fairly contested, especially in that first game. So we'll see if they can put together something like that, but improve on it. They're going to have, you know, this game, Husha and Violet coming in that weren't there for the first time. Husha looked really, really good in game number 1. He looked really good on the proactive junglers.
It was all him. He was the show. He was the conductor. He was the director. He was making things happen around the Rift. He was a nuisance on the Rift as well. Just constantly getting up in the thick of it, making Guwon work for it. Unfortunately, Guwon had a stellar Lilia game to round out the series, which kind of just slammed it all shut in the end. But for the majority of that series, yeah, Husha was doing a lot. And Violet, you can't sing his praises enough. Coming in for a debut match like that, he currently sits second on the leaderboard for most kills in a single game. Yes, it is tied with Guwon. Both of them got 11 kills in individual games throughout that series. They're only just behind Guru, 13 in that match against SoftBank. But going into the drafts, Kalista Azir, absolutely understand that. That makes so much sense. Rumble and Scion. So Bio on his return back to the LCP is already being targeted out.
Yeah, getting that Scion gone from him, the Rumble as well. Not a champ I necessarily... well, I don't know. Obviously, BioPanther can play Rumble. If you're a top laner, you have to be able to, but it's not something you'd expect him to be sort of like highly prioritizing. He kind of likes his tanks, and tanks generally, while they don't do well against the Rumble, they don't suffer as much as some of the bruisers that need to get ahead or like to fight where they just lose straight up. Xin Zhao banned against Husha. That was the game that he looked the best on, was that Xin Zhao. I still hope we get to see Husha on something proactive. He didn't look nearly as good on the Sejuani, and there we have it. He's going to be on the Neferi.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about proactive. A jungler that has been very much so, while not having the cleanest of records, obviously. Yep. Yuri came out with a debut. Neferi's opening match in the competition dropped 13 kills, been absolutely ballistic. So it is definitely a play-making jungler in terms of it goes in, it gets control, it does not lose control because of how dominant Neferi can be. Yeah, absolutely. So now it's going to be Talon's turn on the red side to choose two of their champs. Pantheon should be the jungler for Kasa. Can theoretically go to either of the solo lanes or support, but not likely. And Victor for Fofo is a very scary prospect. Yeah, so Jimmy definitely has his work cut out for him. He may have won the battle, but we'll see if they can win the war, of course. But coming into it, I think Jimmy looked a lot happier, healthier, freer last week, given how things ended in Split 1. They were definitely looking a bit beaten down and ejected. He definitely looking like they've, like Poltron said, they've clearly done the work behind the scenes to make sure the team is in a good headspace, and it is going to be an Ari picked up into the Victor. I mean, I rate this. I rate this for Jimmy.
Yeah, it's very strong. It's better at skirmishing in general than the Victor is. You can look for those sort of early grub fights with the Ari as long as you have your ult up, the maneuverability's there that Victor doesn't have access to. You have gank set up for the Neferi onto the Victor as well, so it does do very well. Now, the Varus coming through, a very strong bot laner. You can go either the on-hit or the lethality depending on what is shown on the other side of the map. So far, both seeming like decent options.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be coming down to, well, what we see from BioPanther and Jin coming in.
So this is a champ that Betty really likes, but I don't.
Yeah, it has fallen a bit flat.
It's very strong in lane, so that's generally why you often see it is, you know, how do you survive the lane as Varus? There's no lane swaps anymore, so it's not like you can just pick Zeri or Kai'Sa or whatever, send them.
Or chuck it with the Vel'Koz. We know how that goes.
Yeah, so it's like you can't really lane against the Varus that well. So what do you pick? The Jin, it's safe, it'll lane fine, and you can still have a part in those team fights. It does really well with Victor because of the range that Victor has, and the slow sets pretty well up for those Deathly Flourish, but we'll see. I don't rate the champ in general. And Betty, who looks so good on these carries, I wish I could see him on those again.
It requires a lot of space. I mean, it requires a team that will just sort of do everything. He can sit in the back line just pumping up. It's similar to a Xerath. Just sits in the back lines, gets that damage out. Doesn't really like being aggressed upon. Doesn't like being, you know, close quarters. Whereas Varus, that's sort of where he thrives. In the thick of it, just stacking up, getting damage out. Gwen taken away from Aja makes a lot of sense given how prevalent she is at the moment.
I'm surprised she made it through to the second phase of bans, but here we are. It certainly did. Neither jungler wanting it. The top laners, I mean, BioPanther.
He's been targeted. That's 3 of 5.
Get his horn taken. So he does have Cassante. Obviously, it's a champion he's played a lot, and he's very good at it. But he could also just have something up. You know, there are champs like the Jax that he's traditionally played a lot of. The Yorick, a new champion. Maybe he's played. It's certainly, if I had to guess between the two of them and knowing them from Oceanic Solo Queue, it's more likely that if either of them plays it, it would be BioPanther rather than the Zoranus.
And Bessa getting banned out as well, so potentially 5 out of 5 bans being targeted away from the top side. Yes, Gwen can sort of pivot into the jungle, but I think at the moment, the current state of the game, we're seeing Gwen pivot more towards the top side.
Yeah.
Support top lane for Talon is where you're looking. You still have options. Jace is still available, which seems to be, again, part of that holy trinity. You're looking Yorick, Rumble, Gwen, and Jace. Yorick stock is on the rise despite how... I mean, it did not take over the LCP by any stretch of the imagination.
It had one okay game, and it was only really okay because the entire map was winning so hard, it did not matter what your top laner was.
Yeah, I mean, it just added to the fact that he could draw that attention. We saw that. It was purely to draw one of the 5 members of the other team out. He then had teleport priority off the back of it. It's going to be a Renekton top.
Okay, so Renekton into Yorick is a little scary. I mean, you're never really going to be under threat of dying, but I feel like it's a little hard to find that sort of lead in lane that you like. Now, Renekton admittedly is pretty decent into the Pantheon. It does struggle a little bit into the Victor, but if you are able to find a nice flank, then the Victor will struggle into you. It's not the worst pick, not the greatest, but it is something that even in Split 1 we saw Biopanther having a really good showing on, despite not being able to pick up a win on it. It was certainly not due to lack of effort on his behalf.
It also is terrifying for Betty. If that Renekton finds any access to the Jhin, Betty is having literally the worst of times in this matchup. And it's going to be Jhin Poppy, which an answer to make sure that Bio doesn't have as free a route onto his AD carry. Same story
Really
with the Alistar and the Ahri. Yeah, it's a phenomenal Ahri game, honestly.
Poppy. Insane Poppy
yeah, so it was an insane Ahri game until Poppy came through.
Yeah. I mean, the Ahri shouldn't struggle too much. If the Ahri's in range of the Steadfast Presence, we've probably got a problem. But
if that's the case, Talon is the one in charge at that point.
Yeah, I think it's really good at denying Alistar's engage. It's pretty decent at denying any flanks. It can also just isolate someone away from it. Well, not isolate them away from the team fight, but just force them out of the team fight, obviously, with that ultimate. And it's not the easiest to play around. Now, admittedly, you can just have this Varus. If it does get a hit, it will just completely annihilate the Poppy. Assuming it's on hit, which I would presume it is going to be this game. I think there can be an argument still for the lethality, but we'll see.
I mean, the draft as well. It instills me a lot more confidence seeing how Chiefs played last weekend, given, you know, a lot of the drafts we were seeing last week was, Misfortune's available, you know, Lemus is okay at Misfortune, we'll chuck him on there. There really didn't seem to be any sort of rhyme or reason. They just would brute force the likes of Misfortune in. But Varus so strong at the moment, paired with an Alistar. You look at synergistically, there is clearly a more defined picture this time around than there was last split. And again, it speaks to the work that is going on for this Chiefs roster.
Absolutely. So here, as we load on in, there you have your team comps, both really getting some very strong champs. I think the lane ultimately that I think got the short end of the stick, so to speak, is top lane. I don't think... Obviously, okay, Yorick is very highly prioritized. I don't think it's been justified so far in the LCP. Globally, sure. But so far, from what I've seen in the LCP, it's left a lot to be desired.
It's almost time, Bestian. We're so close to the Spring Blossom Rift. Unfortunately, we've got to deal with the boring old one until that point, but it's coming. It's coming. I'm excited for it. We've still got to deal with the Noxian Rift for the time being, but getting into it, Chiefs, look, I think that despite the disparity in the two teams' standings, this could be the start of what is an epic Oceanic run.
Let's see. It's going to take a lot, ultimately. Husha going up against his former team. That's an interesting story. Obviously, back then it was himself, Yubao was their mid laner, and then Wako is AD carry. He got replaced by Junja. And I don't think you can be too ashamed if you're getting replaced here in the PCS at the time, or LCP, and the person that's replacing you is Junja. You know...
And then Junja's been replaced by Kasa, so...
It took a lot to improve upon a jungler to get Junja in there, but... Early aggression here. Husha's going to find out that his Raptor's being taken. He's still looking for the Smite steal, and it goes the way of Kasa. So a poor start for Husha thus far. Hopefully isn't going to be too detrimental, but we will see. It is also going to be the lethality Varus this game.
Yeah, to be fair, given the comp, I think it's probably a smart decision. With the Poppy, Pantheon in the comp, they are going to be looking to try and stick to the Varus and deny a lot of what Violet's going to be doing. Plus, Violet, you're coming in, it's your only your second play day in the competition. You want to play smart, you want to play safe, and it's going to add a lot of range damage to this team.
See, I actually think it's the other way around. When there's people trying to stick to you, quite often you prefer the on-hit. It's when people are really far away from you and you can't hit them, like the Jhin and Victor, that you like the lethality. It also is just additional safety. It is very hard, I think, ultimately. The one bit of praise I have to say about Jhin is when you have something like the Victor, and this is also why it's often paired with the Zyra, something that can slow someone from range very safely. It appears well because you just have such easy setup from it.
Yeah, and Betty Woody already taken some priority in lane. I think it's perfectly fine for the Chiefs. They're happy to let this one collapse. And you look, Pantheon, Kasa down on Husha's red buff. So there is potentially a tower dive brewing, which is going to have to be respected. They don't really have the vision to tell them that is where Kasa is parked. Although, to be fair, Husha taking Kasa's red buff should give them at least a bit of an indication that might be a possibility.
Yeah, they're going to be aware of this. And interesting that Talon go for this. If you remember their series against CFO, the games they lost were off the back of Junja doing this to them. So at this point here, it was the wave crashing. Junja would dive. Sometimes it went really well. There was one that Woody really outplayed that sort of turned on its head, but Kasa not going to see the angle, going to instead go and focus on his efficiency and look towards his jungle camps there on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs really bounced that wave quite well. Did not leave it in a position where it could enable that tower dive. A little bit of energy wasted there by Kasa, unfortunately. Husha's just going to carry on despite a bit of a hiccup start where the Raptors were stolen away from him. He's just carried on. He has not really been phased past that point.
Yeah. And
no way Kasa's doing it again.
Yeah, actually, so Kasa, instead of taking his blue, is going to prioritize denying Husha and taking the Raptors. So it is going to put Husha a little bit behind. I don't think it's going to do enough to be significant, ultimately. It is also known by Husha as to get here, Kasa did have to walk over a ward, so ultimately everything Kasa has done is known. His bot side is still up. I wonder about
he's passing straight back to his own Raptors, anticipating Husha trying to steal that away, but Husha, I mean, look, he is heading that way.
Yeah, it's going to be known. But Husha's up level, so the problem with what Kasa's doing is his jungle camps aren't going to be level 2. As you kill them, they'll level up with the pace of the game. His entire bot side is still going to give you the same gold and XP that a first clear gives you. And we're now 5 minutes into the game. So I think this is something that can be very problematic. And it's just because, I guess, of an over-eagerness of Kasa to try and deny Husha is now actually denying himself in many ways.
Yeah, there's a ward there. I think Bio does know. And Arja, realizing that there is a very real possibility that Neferi could be heading his way, decides to back himself off and look for the TP return.
Hold up, Violet's going to get stunned up. Luon there to deny any forward play from Talon, and barrier pop to conserve some of that HP. So recall going to have to be looked at here. We'll see what Violet has access to. It'll be a tier, and I'd be surprised if it was a Cull, although he'd be very close. Sorry, sorry to Dirk, I meant to say. Yeah, okay, so not quite.
I mean, he's perfectly fine with that. He's been doing well, keeping up in farm. I mean, Lewin, again, doing a phenomenal job of just babysitting here, making sure that Violet does have that freedom. And we start to see those sixes hit across the board. Dominus is up for Bio. Jimmy does have the dash and Fofo as well. So there we go. Both tops and both mid laners now having their ultimates up, ready and available. With the Dominus, again, another ability that does enable the tower dive potential if they want to look topside. I don't think they are. I think they want to play around these Drakes, because Dragon has been the objective that really makes or breaks these games so far.
Yeah, I mean, Grubs did just spawn, and every team seems so addicted to those. Really nice dodge from Husha. It does look like it's going to be a trade. So Kasa opting into the Dragon. So Talon going to get their first Dragon of the game, whereas Husha, on the other side of things, looking for the Void Grubs. I think it makes a lot of sense that this is the way the trade's going, because ultimately the Poppy and Jhin are just a little bit stronger than the Varus Alistar are right now, whereas on the other side of things, Renekton in a fight, in a skirmish at this stage of the game, is going to be infinitesimally stronger than the Yorick. So
yeah, so we'll be traded. Both teams taking one of those points toward the feat of monster slaying. It will be claimed first by the red side. I mean, much of a muchness at that stage. You've still got 2 more to go, but full 3 grubs taken, no contest whatsoever. Means that, I mean, look at 2 AD carries that aren't building on hit. Void Grub's definitely going to help in those situations. Yes, Varus does get a bit of a natural steroid if he out of his passive, but Kasa's just on repeat, just taking these Raptors.
yeah, but here's at a disadvantage. So I get it. And at this stage, it's more that we're just sort of vertical jungling, which is fine. Both junglers should be perfectly content with that. But I think there were some mistakes from Kasa early on. I think just too overeager to get the Raptors. It meant that his bot side camps have been underleveled this entire time. In fact, I believe still haven't spawned for the second time yet this game. They were only taken for the first. Wolves now will be spawning though. Who's just going to be found out, but he's going to leap over that wall, and now Kasa's going to be left wanting.
Husha, yeah, with that reveal, having
Going
that
back in though.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting case of timing. That red is not far off spawning. Kasa's not really going to have much to find on this top side. It's going to be spotted by the ward, but not a huge amount of kill threat given that Woody has rotated into the mid lane. There we go. Red is up. Husha.
Yeah, Luon's not there. So seeing Woody there means that there's no realistic way Husha can look for that without being really greedy and likely going down. So respects the fact that one supports mid, the other one isn't, backs off, allows Karsa to have his red, and I mean, ultimately, no harm, no foul really, as Husha's going to be able to still clean up all his jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it does allow Karsa to get that Grand Skyfall up as well. I mean, realistically, you're only slowing that by, what, half a minute if you do pressure onto the red as well, so you pretty much just give it over. Husha, pacing-wise, is doing very, very well. I think he needs that for this team. He needs to keep that momentum up so that he can start looking to impact in those team fights that really are bringing much slower game than what we've seen out of the LCP, at least this split. To be fair, we've seen an obscene number of solo kills as well at this point. Yeah. We're only coming into week 2.
So, things have slowed down. There is 2 minutes until the Void Grubs, 3 minutes until Dragon. So you can expect not a whole lot to happen in that time. Yes, TLN trying to look in here and see if they can find any more of Husha's jungle. Won't be able to do so. Husha quietly building himself up a pretty sizable CS lead. Honestly, 16 CS it will be. As it does tick over there.
Karsa is really greeting for this Raptors camp.
Yeah, Husha's there. Dodges out of the stun as well. We'll be able to trade pretty successfully into Karsa if this does continue. No damage to be blocked. Let's see who gets it. Will Husha win the smite this time around? No, the execute there is for Karsa. Pantheon a little bit too strong in that regard. But Husha's just going to go take his, so.
Look, I understand. New jungler in the competition. You want to sort of lay down the law of the land as Karsa. So obviously also played for your team at some point in the history for Husha. But that's so much of Karsa's time has gone towards this bot side Raptors camp. And you got to question it. At some point, it becomes a bit redundant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really gaining much when it's just being traded anyway. And, I mean, ultimately nothing much is being gathered from either team. I think this might be the first time in between both the splits that we've seen Chiefs just naturally get themselves a lead without any fighting, without any big plays happening across the map. They are just naturally getting themselves ahead, which is a really good sign for them and their comfort here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, honestly, I do not even hesitate when I say this. If this was split 1 Chiefs, they'd already be down 3 kills. I'm sorry, like there's just no two ways about it. They would have been ganked bot lane. They would have been completely towered over there. That early tower dive, Karsa would have successfully pulled off. Maybe they'd get a kill back, but...
I mean, the game 2 against TLN last split, it was a game much the same as this, where there was no kills going on, but it was just TLN up 3k gold. So this time, it's kind of following the trend of that game without TLN being ahead. They're actually the ones ahead, which is a really good sign, because then, as we head to objectives, and speaking of, the Void Grub's going to be started up, there is more gold, there's better items in the inventory in general for the Chiefs. Although slightly wrong, considering Fofo didn't stop off the boot, so he's actually up the Rod of Ages instead of just the components. Void Grub number 1, I didn't actually see who picked that one up. Looks like it was TLN. So at least one Void Grub secured for them. Husha walks in. Wasn't able to get that one, but with the smite advantage now, the third one certainly theirs. Flash exchanges between Luon and Fofo on the bottom side. Now Woody stuck in the pit. Biopanther trying to get that teleport away, and just in the nick of time he will. Ult goes wide there for Woodies. He's going to have to flash away from the charm. No one going down. Ultimately, it was an exchange of 2 Void Grubs for just the one. And now Ping's going on to that Dragon. Let's see if either team wants to contest.
I think just raw-wise there, that definitely favors Chiefs. They don't give up the full set of Void Grubs. They force Karsa to blow the Grand Skyfall there, so he's not going to have it for the coming Dragon fight. So he means he is going to have to be present in there to contest. Yes, look, they lose the Dominus and the teleport out of Biopanther, but he's not going to be grouping at this stage in the game. His priority is still control these side lanes, allow Violet that time to still generate gold and items. And you look at we do have the Ghost Blade already up now for Violet, so he's going to be a little bit harder to stick to in these team fights. Chiefs, if they take this Drake, they come out net positive.
Yeah, we'll see though. It's not going to be the easiest. Fofo now recalling, so if the Chiefs were wanting to establish sort of vision control or whatnot, now would be the time to do it. But Husha almost, just through muscle memory now heading towards Karsa's Raptors. Biopanther looked for an aggressive trade, but it was just coming off worse. And Grand Skyfall or something. Yeah, Grand Skyfall was used
it's right here. So okay, so he blew everything to get out. Yeah, so it's channeled into the brush there in just a second. Yeah, there you go. Bottom side.
Oh my lord, that was a close call.
Very close. Very close indeed. So there you go. Chiefs are looking to take this Dragon Pride, looking to clear out the vision.
Yeah.
I don't think they can start it as freely as they might want to in this situation.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. They have to be very careful. Flashes are available across the rift outside of Luon, and interestingly enough, he doesn't have the Hex Flash. Fofo, though, he does not have Flash. So if anyone was vulnerable in this next fight, it would be Fofo. Obviously, Alistair really losing the Flash just means it's harder for him to find to engage, but with the ultimate, he should be fine to sort of just face tank for a bit.
Dominus level 2 up and available on the top there. So it just means that there's even more of a wet noodle fight up on that top side of the map. Husha finishes off his Shojins. He's going to be building towards what I imagine could be a Black Cleaver more than likely. But yeah, this game has very much been a stalemate and not one that I would have expected coming out of Split 1.
I'm curious as to what Biopanther's building. Is this Hullbreaker? Is Biopanther building Hullbreaker? Possibly. I mean, it's not the typical. It could just be the Spear Shojin. Again, it's not necessarily sort of a typical build on the Renekton, but maybe up against the Yorick it does all right.
I think it may be indicative that he's looking to play these side lanes a little bit more, play around the objective control, but you could see Talon thinking that maybe they can find an angle onto Bio here. Does have the Dominus.
Yeah, okay, gonna come in. The Dominus is there. There's Grand Skyfall, though, is gonna seal Biopanther's fate. It is a trade of kills, though, as Woody goes down. Tower is secured from Talon, however, and in goes Luon. He finds a nice hit, but Pulverize. Now running for their lives. It's gonna be the ultimate used as Casa goes in, gets the stun. Jimmy is still 2 uses of the Spirit Rush, does get out of that pit, and will just be the 1-for-1, but the forward will go Jimmy, and he misses the charm. Great sidestep from Casa.
Well, there's our answer. Bio has built a Shojins.
Yep. Okay, so a bit more damage with that item, obviously. It stacks up and your ability to start doing more damage.
Interesting. Not necessarily what I would have expected first item, but still, I mean, at some point the build was likely going to be coming out for him. And to be fair, Talon, I mean, they read that brilliantly, knew that Pyre was so isolated. They had everything they needed. Grand Sky pull off cooldown. They do drop 2 ultimates and still lose Woody. They get the tower, though, which is the big thing. So
both charms from Jimmy and very narrowly missing. You hate to see it. Biopanther, though, getting targeted down by Fofo. Not the easiest lane to navigate here. The Victor into Renekton. Quite severely outranged.
Okay, so Husha going to start up the Herald. It will open the gates for Talon to potentially take this Dragon, which they are. So in terms of monster slaying, they will be even. The problem being is Chiefs are now down the turret, which means they would have to fight, you know, look towards the feet of warfare to try and claim the Noxian blessings. But you look at, oh my lord.
Well, the knock-up happens. Husha is able to get that Rift Herald. I'm eager to see. No, it looks like nothing happened bot lane. Some recalls coming through. Biopanther staying. He's going to continue suffering. No one answering this Yorick up on the top side, though, has been given a long time to just sit there by himself, get himself some gold, and unfortunately for the Chiefs, they are going to lose yet another tower. That's Fofo going to claim the gold for that one.
Yeah. Hey, look, far from the end of the world. The gold is even before this tower goes down, so even down 1, they were sitting even 2. Now, yeah, look, the gap's widened just a little bit, but marginally. It's only about 200 now, even gold that the Chiefs are lacking. Map priority-wise, yeah, it's a bit of a struggle, and it does give Argia on this Yorick access to these tier 2s on both the bot and top side. So map priority is going to be a bit of a problem in terms of Chiefs matching this Yorick.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, so far, I've never really seen an issue with people marking the Yorick. So Argia is in a position this game where he can show us why this Yorick has got so high of a priority. Yet to really see it. It's done a good job of laning against Renekton, which maybe is credit to it itself, but there's a lot of champs that do that these days. Especially a lot of champs that Argia plays. The Gragas is one of them.
It's crazy. So the bot lane matchup is net even across the board in terms of CS items, more or less, but the difference obviously being that tower gold. It's been a surprisingly quiet bot lane, given that you thought maybe there would have been potential out of the Varus Alistar combo. A lot of it negated by the Poppy. It's surprisingly quiet, given these two teams.
Yeah, Panda, the tension is rising. You can see it here. Luon, he's going to lose his ult, but going to be able to walk out. Still, that's a big cooldown now lost. Good amount of damage traded back there by Violet, who finds the connect on his piercing arrow, but again, not a whole lot more coming from it. No objective to take, and so both teams just going to part ways. Chiefs are really going to look to avoid fighting for the next sort of 90 seconds while this Alistar ultimate does come back up off cooldown, because you're not going to want to fight with that guy just getting popped, which tends to happen, honestly, when Alistars don't have their ult.
Well, Chiefs are trying to instigate a 1-3-1. So they know Yorick's top side. They've sent Jimmy in there to deal with them. They're playing jungle bot lane duo in the mid lane, and they're trying to send Bio down to bot side. It's now been answered by Talent, as they themselves are also in a 1-3-1. But you look at Betty's low. They might... Oh, brewing. Casa has an inkling that Husha's there. This fight for the red buff. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Husha shows his hand, and with that is just going to back out as the rest of Talon are going to be able to converge on this area. You see Arja coming down, but Husha steals away. This is going to have to try and get out of that box, and will do so ultimately. So just a clean steal on the red, getting payback for those Raptors. And I'd say, in terms of that duel, a huge win for Husha. Husha up 1k gold just quietly. And again, a lot of it's on the fact that some suboptimal pathing coming out of Casa this game, which is not something we typically find that Casa has an issue with. Now, red buff
Husha.
number 2 being looked at. Husha can still go invulnerable. Dodges out. In comes the Grand Skyfall, and it's going to be a trade now. The red will be answered back by Casa. Jumps on forward. Violet in a bit of a trouble, but Luon finds a 2-man. He will have that ultimate up. Biopanther in the midst of everything. They're going to find one kill. It's going to be picked up by Luon. Definitely not who you want that gold on necessarily, but a good kill nonetheless. Chiefs now leading those kills 2-1 off some aggression that Talon had in their bot side jungle.
I'm sorry, in what world do you commit a Grand Skyfall for a red buff? Like, yes, I understand you want to keep Husha down as much as possible, but ultimately you overcommit. They find an avenue onto Violet, but it is such a deep overcommit there by Casa, he ultimately baits Woody into his death.
Yeah, I mean, I think the red buff is fine, but they just have to leave afterwards.
No, absolutely.
They see Violet, they combo onto Violet. Violet's able to ultimately just use the barrier, walk away, and they get a kill for it. So take the red, leave, was probably optimal. They give over one kill. Luon picked it up. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Ultimately, the main prize should be this dragon, and Luon with no flash now. He doesn't have ult either. It is going to be a difficult fight, really, for the Chiefs to navigate, and the Rod of Ages now stacking up to 10 means that Fofo, rather, will get an extra level. Feeling pretty good about themselves. Jimmy and still a couple of stacks away at this point.
It's net even across the board still.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like, this is, again, I put it down to the fact that split one, this is not the situation Chiefs would find themselves in.
No.
So it's a huge boon that they found their way back into this competition. Rift Herald does go down. It is not going to amount to anything, unfortunately. It just times out there. Will be dropped in the mid lane. Dragon is up, so they might look to ore.
Charm connects. It's not going to find all that much damage, but still takes away that shielding. Dilly Blush does miss there from Betty. Chain of Corruption connects. Chain of Corruption connects. Well, it's on to Fofo. Fofo's going to go down. It's one kill. Caster now the next focus. There's a lot of damage coming back onto the Chiefs. However, Jimmy goes forward looking for that charm. Not going to be able to find it as Caster burning down, but not burning down low enough. It is going to be one kill for the Chiefs. The Dragon at the end of it. 3-1 the kill lead, and Chiefs are ahead against Talon at 22 minutes.
And they take themselves the Drake, which will give them Noxian Blessing too. Not the biggest. It is not a massive advantage, but it's confidence for the Chiefs in this situation. Not a spot they're used to being in. And oh, Betty, yeah, look, he's mobile. He's very mobile. So Husha really shouldn't have a door in. But at this point, this is Chiefs at its finest.
It is known now. Blue Trinket goes down. Really sneaky out of Talon, trying to utilize Arja and his extra minions and his ult and trying to sneak away that Artican, but it will be found out by the Chiefs. Next to Biopanther, it looks like, who put down that blue trinket.
Yeah, Husha. I mean, it's been a quiet game, but it's been slowly building. He's had a decent lead on Casa, and he's rewarded for his efforts. And you look at it, Vision going down. They know that this Artican could potentially be on the horizon. Now Jimmy in as well, fully stacked Rod of Ages. He's pretty much matching. So you look at how closely tied both mid lane and bot lane are for these two teams.
Yeah, and the point of the map, if Chiefs are to win, that needs to continue and break this game open. You look at it, the gold, it's Husha. Charm connects here on to Woody. It takes away his shield. It means that now Poppy is a lot more vulnerable. Betty as well, missing there on that snare, means there's a lot of room for Luon to go forward. Violet, fantastic chain of corruption. Fofo not prepared for it. Goes down. Meanwhile, Luon is just tanking up all three of them with that ultimate going, and Casa nearly burns down to the Leandries, but with the red buff healing, really was able to stay just narrowly afloat. So Chiefs, they're doing really well. Arja, on the other side of things, though, is really having everything he wants and more. If ever someone's going to prove to me that this Yorick champ deserves its spot, it has to be this game, because Arja has just been given free time this entire game.
Yeah. Insane. I mean, Bio has really righted the ship. Yes, he's down about 500 gold, and you look at it, just how much ebbing and flowing this gold chart has done. I think the Chiefs are in a great spot. Look at the damage coming out onto Betty. Luon wants to pull the trigger.
But Jimmy gets stunned up and he takes a large chunk of damage. Husha jumps on forward. Another dodge there of the snare. Betty not finding his marks today. Half HP on him, half HP on Jimmy. And Jimmy, though he's staying around, he's not known. He's looking for that charm. One charm can really decide the fate of a team fight. RJ trying to come in, join his team. We'll be able to get rid of that spell shield away from Violet, but then head back down the bot to answer this pushing wave that BioPanther is shoving in.
I mean, the make or break point might even just be this Artican. A voracious Artican could blow this game wide open one way or the other.
Usually, it's not because of the result of the Artican, it's because the Artican has completely destroyed one team's resistances and the other team just wiped them. Which I hate seeing. This Artican often seems whoever starts it loses. It's far too consistent that that's the case. Yeah. Obviously, this time it is voracious, so if you can smite that away, then you're given a lot of lead room to lose the fight, because even if you get something in that fight, you end up typically getting more gold anyway.
Second item done, Black Cleaver for both him and Husha. So any real resistances are just going to be absolutely murked as soon as those two end up in the thick of the fight. And Woody, he's just trying to play in the shadows, trying to find a opening off the back of Fofo. But Chiefs really, really playing their pacing, their spacing, and the macro very, very well. I mean, last week even they've stepped things up from.
Yep. This is not the position I would have expected coming in. Completely even. Dead even in terms of gold. There's nothing separating them. Again, the big break point, or the big sort of driving force behind the reason Chiefs are still even, despite being ahead in kills, is Husha. So, a lot of work to do, does Husha. But certainly doing very well thus far in the game. Now jumping over the Baron Pit, clearing out vision, concentrating a vision. Very back and forth in terms of that vision control. Both teams, you know, they're always on the verge of looking for a fight, but never quite giving each other the angle.
I mean, it is just brewing.
Yeah.
It has been building the entire game so far to this point, and as soon as the opening presents itself, the collapse happens, it is just going to be so devastating for one team or the other. It will likely be the make or break point in this game, and the loser of that team fight will probably crumble.
You know the one sad thing, and this is more of a personal thing, is when it's games like this and it's like not a whole lot's happening, both teams are staying really even, it gets really exciting because oftentimes there's something like Zeri, Lulu versus some other hyper carry bot lane, and it's like, okay, there's going to be a massive pop-ass fight from one of the AD carries, but this time it's just Lethality, Varus, and Jhin.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a very brawly fight where you have to, everyone just has to do their job phenomenally. It's not really like one champion decides the fate of the fight. If there were one, it's something like a Jimmy and Charm or Fofo finding massive AoE damage on the Victor. So,
I mean, to be fair, that kill on Fofo was Violet.
Yeah.
Pulling that trigger with the Chains of Corruption, it was brilliant. Hugely decisive play.
2 dragons in favor of Talon thus far in the game. Chiefs managing to get the 3rd one in there first, but complete control over the river to the side of Talon.
Lord.
Lane pushed up top. BioPanther answering back, and Arja just staying there. So if this is going to happen, it's going to have to be a 4v4 unless Arja decides to come down. The 5v5 happens only on the terms of Talon, but Chiefs, they are manhandling Talon right now. They're forming them away. Caster jumps forward. Have they found Jimmy? And yes, they have. And a disaster start for the Chiefs. But Husha goes forward. He answers one back. But now what? Golden goes Fofo. And these massive shots from the back line from Betty are finding their mark at long last. The Grand Skyfall does come through. And Talon will find the fight. They'll find Jimmy and they'll find the Baron.
It came down to itemization there in the end. Fofo with the Seeker's arm guard. If Jimmy had that for himself, that is a completely different fight. He doesn't immediately get burst. Instead, he was building towards what I can only imagine is Void Staff here. And from there, it just seals the deal, opens the way for Talon to jump on it. It was Casa as well that instigated that, and from there, they transitioned it straight into a Baron. We hit that critical mass. It was so unfortunate here. They didn't have the vision. Jimmy just gets flashed on over the wall. Well identified here from Casa. Knows full well that he's alone, no support whatsoever, and they just didn't have the positioning of the damage to pull up. Yes, look, Kusha dives on in, finds Woody, but it costs him his life in the end. And that, this is what we were building towards in Talon. Just that veterancy allows them to identify the opening just that little bit quicker.
Yeah, and as I sort of touched on before, these fights require everyone playing their part. It's very difficult for one single champion to completely take over. Casa finds the stun and the rest of the team play phenomenally over it. And because Jimmy was dead, there no longer could be the fight, but Luan finds the engage. He finds the flash, he finds Woody, but down he goes. Can it be answered back? Husha goes in. He's looking for one, but he's not going to be able to find a Bio Panther will, however, but he is so low, and taken down he will be. Violet scurrying back to his tower. It's Baron buffed minions now, marching down the Nexus. And as strong as everyone was, and as close as this game was, for a long time, it has suddenly just burst open, and Talon will march towards the Nexus and look for their game number one.
Talon just played this so well. The only opportunity, 5 kills for Chiefs, 4 of them have been on Woody because that is the only opportunity that has really presented itself, bar the one time they caught Fofo in the mid lane, and they only got Fofo. They couldn't confirm the second kill. Now Violet has to hold on desperately with Luan. There you go, curtain call down is one of those fountain tower, one of those Nexus towers. Oh. Betty. Just brewing. That's his first kill of the game in Talon. They just wait. They slow burn towards victory, and Chiefs, unfortunately, did not have the experience to match them there.
Absolutely, and for the most part of that game, 25 odd minutes, Betty was struggling to land those W's, to land those R's, but when it mattered most, he delivered, and so did the rest of Talon. What a performance from them. It was Chiefs for the first 20 minutes of the game. They were slightly ahead. Husha was really far ahead of Casa, but it doesn't matter when Casa finds the one play to burst the game open. Jimmy too close to the wall, no vision, stunned, dead, game over.
And the crazy thing is, that game was hyper competitive up until that point. It really could have gone either way, but one misstep from Jimmy unfortunately provided Talon the opening that they needed, and they don't ask questions, they don't hesitate, they just storm in, take control, and the game is over from there, which is a bit soul-crushing for the Chiefs because they played that so well up until that point.
Yeah, taking a look at the damage there, I mean, no real surprise, not a whole lot of people interacting. The people that did the most damage here, Fofo, Betty, and Violet, as well as Arja, who would just randomly hit Bio Panther all the time. But it's champions that aren't actually finding impactful damage in the fights, right? They're just hitting from far away, and they're the only ones able to hit. But unfortunately, for the Chiefs, they had a great run. They looked really, really good for the very first, I mean, I say very first, the first 20, 25 minutes of that game, but it was just one single mistake. And ultimately, when games are like this, when they're very slow burners, tends to be the case because you get to the point where respawn times are so long, the Baron's up, you're starting to look at Dragon Soul or even just Soul Point, and one mistake can just spill disaster.
Yeah, and I mean, it's again, Chiefs still building on the successes from last week up until that very point where things collapsed. They look so good, and Talon just executing the opportunities that they found across the rift. One of few deaths for them, and it was Woody. It was such a low kill game,
yes,
which is crazy to me between these two teams. And you look at it here. I mean, this was brilliance from Violet. Unfortunately, one of the few opportunities presented. Chains of Corruption on. Luan collapses. The entire team is there, and Fofo just melts in the face of it. Unfortunately, Casa is able to get himself out here. You look at how low he was as he starts burning down. And unfortunately for the Chiefs, this is it. Just no vision over the wall. Casa, they collapse on, everything lands, and without Jimmyin's damage, they cannot conceivably take this team fight.
Yeah, and this is one thing that through the years, through each iteration of Talon, they've been so good at, is getting to these late game moments and finding the exact thing to do, and once again, they've been able to capitalize on it here. Luan, this was sort of the last stand. He looks for a nice headbutt onto Fofo, the steadfast presence, however, denying his ability to do that. And while, yes, they find this one kill here, the momentum truly in favor of Talon. They've got the Baron minions, all pretty much full HP, and there we go! Yorick! That's why he's picked! Oh my god. In come with a Panda Bears. In any case, game number 1, a close affair, but unfortunately it goes the way of Talon if you are a Chiefs supporter. When we're back from our break, we'll see if Chiefs can bring it back.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャ略で行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不太小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua. The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让人们打鼾的存在。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, a slow burner, but a burner that went the way of Talon. Now looking towards game number 2, personally, I want to see Chiefs come with much the same sort of look at the game, because ultimately it was one singular mistake that sort of spelled despair for them. And if that's avoidable, which it certainly is, they can look for sort of a better look at the game later on. Obviously, every champion that was played is now eliminated from the pool, so we'll see what sort of drafts we come up with here, and BioPanther remaining in for the Chiefs as well as taking blue side once again. We'll see what they can do with it, right, basically.
Yeah, look, it's crazy to me to say, given how things went in Split 1, BioPanther felt like the weak link in that game. Purely, not because he was playing bad or anything, but it just didn't feel like the Renekton really contributed much of anything other than babysitting the Auric, and even then, we still saw Aja just marching down towers, taking whatever he wanted. So, look, a large portion of that does come down to the fact that Sion and Ornn, two of the staples of BioPanther's champion pool, were banned away. So now begs the question, what can he do if he's targeted away like that? Because there needs to be something that he can bring out to have effect for the team.
I mean, the one thing about this Yorick champion that it seems, because again, I don't think Aja did anything spectacular either. He kind of just existed. And I think basically what it seems to me is this Yorick champ is just picked because it removes 2 top laners from the game. That's sort of...
That's legitimately it. You're damned if you do try and deal with him, you're damned if you don't. Like, he is just sort of... He is the void. He is the black. He is just this absolute monster. He's a black hole sitting on top of the rift.
But that can be a detriment to your team too, because they're also essentially missing a top laner. He will generally have priority, which, you know, can be used for a lot of things, and vision most importantly generally. But yeah, I'm still not sold on the Yorick after that. Obviously RG did well, but it didn't feel like top really was the deciding factor. It was just one random pick on the Jimmy.
I think if Chiefs had a slightly different draft in that, I think on hit Varus probably could have done a lot for them in terms of opening that up, something that meant that Chiefs could play as a 4 and leave sort of BioPanther to his thing. That is when drafts really do quite well into it. But already you look at it, Kalista, Azir, and Vi banned out exactly the same by the Chiefs. Sion, Rumble, exactly the same start for Talon. BioPanther once again being targeted.
Looks like Jimmy saying something funny. He was speaking and everyone else was laughing.
Good.
You know the one thing I think, and just sort of knowing Husha from past splits, is him being the one that's fed. Well, you know, generally it doesn't matter who's fed. If someone's fed, it's always a good thing. I believe out of everyone on the team, he's going to struggle the most with the language barrier. So it's going to be a little bit harder for, you know, the Chiefs to get around. If Husha's got a lot of gold and he's really that driving force, how do you navigate the language barrier? He's going to be on the Xin Zhao again. When they did find their win up against DFM, he was playing Xin Zhao. Then he looked really solid on it. Let's see if he can match up to sort of the expectations now of his Xin Zhao.
The thing is, it definitely feels like Husha is taking a lot more priority in this game. So he's also dictating a lot of the pace. He's the one being very proactive around the map. And I think that does negate a little bit of the language barrier, because Chiefs can sort of fold in on him and play off the back of it. And oh boy, Aja locks in the rise. They pair it with the Skarner. So Fofo in the mid lane is going to be a slow burning monster once again. Kasa in the jungle with the Skarner could be a bit of a problem, which means that tower dives need to be an ever-present threat in the back of the Chiefs' mind. They will need to draft accordingly, or at least play accordingly, to try and negate that.
Yep, so let's see what they have to answer this. They have the Xin Zhao, obviously. But in terms of the mid lane, what remains open? Hui, yeah, okay, so Hui is fine in lane. It also scales, I mean, just as well as Ryze, really. A little bit less in terms of that straight, you know, 1v1 damage or the burst potential. The Ryze, as it scales, will do a lot, but it is a lot safer for Hui. Hui can also generally hit a lot more people than the Ryze. And Misfortune, again, for Violet. Again, another champion that they found a win on up against DFM.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does then leave Ornn to be banned out in the second phase, which again limits Bio and what he can play. Did well on the Ornn, did well on the Sion and split one. Sion immediately banned out by TLN. So, I mean, he's hoping that champion pool has been developed a little bit more. Because
yeah, I mean, Bio's been playing for years, and over his years, he's shown a lot more than just Ornn Sion. There's no real concerns about BioPanther's champion.
It's more what champions in the top lane can still have effect in the game, because we haven't seen a huge amount of depth in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, there's still Gwen, Cassante, Ambessa, like Jace as well. There's still a lot of top laners open. I would also say that Ornn not necessarily looking like the greatest champion so far in this draft.
Not with these champions.
It is fine with his team, but yeah, against sort of the Skarner and the Kai'Sa, the mobile AD carry that Kai'Sa is, it is a little bit worse generally. It also has percentage health damage.
I mean, you also then just pick up a Braum for Woody. It's not going to make the lane easy, but you've just got so many targets that it does a lot into. I think, honestly, for the Chiefs, wouldn't be the worst idea to even just ban out the Braum here. I just don't think...
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to ban Braum because there's no way they're going to play Braum Kai'Sa.
No.
So Braum should be fine. And Ambessa taken away from Arja. The Gwen still remains open. I think that really is what I'm looking towards for one of these two teams to take away. It has been very dominant internationally. It's also looked reasonably good here domestically. Arja already playing one game. Unfortunately, he did lose that game.
I mean, Leona would make a lot of sense to be banned out to get away from Blue On. It's going to do a lot for the team.
Chief win!
Fight. We love it.
Chief win!
The Rel, okay. So linear, I suppose, in the grand scheme. But... yeah, look, we have seen the steady growth in the Oceanic fan base internationally in Asia Pacific, which has been hugely impressive to see. And going to be taken away from Arja on the top side. So Ornn is going to be available to Bio if he does want to pick that up, whether or not Poltron is...
This is looking like a Cassante.
I think, yeah, Cassante is going to do infinitely better in this matchup. But it depends on, again, does Arja take that away? Do they take the Gwen there? Jace is still available.
You will see. I mean, it's okay. So Nico bot, the Nico Kai'Sa. We've seen that in the LCK quite a few times. Now you have to take the support as well as top lane for the Chiefs. Support, you kind of have the freedom to pick whatever you'd like in terms of those engaged. Generally, it will struggle into the Nico, but you do want something to set up for this Misfortune in some regard.
I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount of mage play out of Luan. It's traditionally been sort of that engage.
Yeah, the only mage I think was Nico that we've seen him play. So
Leona makes a lot of sense. You know, it's circle theory. Yeah, big circles on big circles. That's how you win the game. They've got 3 circles already. 4 technically, because Misfortune has Make It Rain. It's not a great circle, but it's a circle.
Yeah, but I count Urkone as a circle. But the Xin Zhao circle kind of sucks. Anyway, the Ornn is going to be picked up here by Panther. A very, very traditional team fight comp. So let's see what Arja has to answer. The Gwen is a little bit scary right now. It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot to deal with it. I mean, the Ornn will be fine against it in lane in general, but as this game progresses, he will just suffer. Instead, it's going to be the Aatrox. So, I mean, a very, very stock standard team fight comp out of the Chiefs. Whereas Talon, a little bit different, but they can team fight themselves.
Do you reckon
pick potential more than the Chiefs do?
Do you reckon Arja, the Aatrox has been picked here because they potentially want to save the Gwen for a later comp that might synergize a little bit better into a draft for the Chiefs coming? Because that would make a lot of sense in the Fearless. You know, just, yes, Gwen is good and available, but it might be even better later on.
As much as it pains me to say, I don't think Talon are thinking. I think Talon are pretty confident they're going to take this one. And to be fair, they have the right to be. They are the heavy favorites coming in. I think, you know, they were probably taken aback with how well the Chiefs were doing against them in game number 1. And I mean, ultimately, Chiefs showing they can beat Talon. But certainly coming into here, the Talon aren't picking Aatrox to get Gwen in a later draft.
No, but the last game largely goes the way we expect. Talon, of all the teams in this competition, it has to be said, they are the team that is most brutal and ruthless when presented with an opportunity to turn the tide of the game late game. We saw it against Secret when they were down 13,000 gold. Yeah. We saw it again there against the Chiefs. If they are presented even just a foot in the door, they are going to blow that door wide open. Suddenly it's hot breach and the flashbangs are going off.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of how these games progress for Talon speaks to, I think, what I see as their biggest problems in general so far is that ultimately I feel like Talon, their two weakest points are sort of the early game. You very rarely see them get a lead in the early game. They're quite often relying on their macro play into the mid and late stages of the game and their drafts. I think these two things are really limiting them, and going forward, if we want to see them, you know, return to former glory, get to that first place that we know them as.
He's there, look at him.
In the PCS and LCP. Yeah, mistake.
The man, the myth, honestly, this man has to become, you know, a part of the Chiefs' identity at this point. Like, but look, to be fair, we're still early. He's got to, maybe he gets swayed by other teams in the LCP, but he seems to be a bit of a diehard.
For sure. Just to finish off what I was saying, though, I think those two areas of sort of the gameplay or the, I don't know. I guess the gameplay really of Talon or their game identity. If they are improved on that, then generally, I think they can return to sort of that first-place team, but for now, you certainly see that CFO are pretty comfortably in the lead.
Absolutely. Talon, I mean, Talon even last split were a slow burn team. They very much built to critical mass, and then from there, it was just all over Red Rover. Yeah.
I think that's fine, but ultimately, sometimes when they're slow burning, they are also just falling further and further behind. Not so much, you know, they fell a little bit behind against the Chiefs in game number 1, but against some of our sort of higher tier teams, you'd have to say, the teams that are performing better at the current time, it puts them in a really, really tough spot that they have to just be so much better in those mid to late game stages.
Well, I mean, it is what allowed Vikings that opening in the playoffs last split.
Good skin. Okay, skin battle certainly winning here for Chiefs so far. The choo-choo train pink variant on Ornn.
Yeah, and I mean, if there was any match to put Violet through his paces in this competition, it is definitely going to be this matchup against Talon. He had a quiet game 1, but that's purely because of how slow burning it was. This time round, he is getting the full bot lane treatment.
Absolutely. Not getting dove, though. So he's not having to be put through what Betty and Woody did against CFO. Still, laning against Nico is about as far from pleasurable as it comes.
I think for Husha, they might look to, he's going to look to alleviate some of that pressure. There is going to be a ward in that brush, so as soon as he steps past that terrain, they will know, and Violet dodges. They might even look to go for a flashblade.
Oh, they find it, the Zenith Blade connects, but Luon, he's very deep in there, and the distance had been created, but Betty and Woody both losing their flash off the back of that.
I mean, you got to respect it. I mean, that is brilliant reaction time. Denies any chance of anything going wrong, and I think Talon, that's the right call to make. You don't want to give Chiefs any easy avenue into this game. Make it as hard as possible, make them fight tooth and nail to have any relevance, and we've even seen that in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jimmy doing a good job of trading back, and Fofo ultimately he's not going to have really the mana supply there to realistically find the kill outside of Jimmy and misplaying. Overload does go wide. Jimmy hits level 4, giving him some much needed health back. Now Violet returns to his lane. And I think despite not finding a kill or all that much damage really off the back of that look, the fact that both flashes are lost now means that Talon ultimately are going to have to play a little bit safer once first clears are completed and Husha can return to the bottom side of the map.
I mean, Violet is still getting good damage out. Unfortunately, the word he just put down in the tri-brush on the bot side is cleared out immediately. He is going to spend a little bit of time in a 1v2, but you can already see Luon making his way back. I think they've timed that very, very well, knowing full well that Talon are about to probably back themselves. Gives Violet that opportunity to claw himself back into this lane. Every lane is losing for Talon, but for the way this game has been going, that's to be expected, and it isn't by a huge margin at this point.
Yeah. So, Biopanther slowly but surely running out of mana. The typical experience of having to lane as a mana champion against a non-mana ability spamming champion. It's miserable.
The benefit is Bio doesn't technically have to back. He can just, you know, whip
build
out
a
something.
Sapphire Crystal? I think that might
No, but it means that pacing-wise, he's not forced to back. to get anything to try and make this lane a little bit easier. You see he's already got the cloth armor, so he's going to be pretty happy. Even without mana, he's going to be doing all right.
Yeah, he did recall him by that and teleport back, however.
No, he didn't. Oh, he's teleporting back now. So he already had that. He's finished the Bramble Vest.
Yeah. I don't think that sways too much for the time being. But again, I mean, their comp is designed for team fights. It's okay if they're behind because one good team fight is all it really takes to get you back in. And they certainly have the piece of the puzzle to get them there. Woody gets hit by that Zenith Blade, will miss out on the snare. Nice sidestep out of Luon, but ultimately still the pressure certainly here in the bot lane. Violet is feeling it.
What's going to be cleared? Hush is going to be spotted, but he clears out even more vision down on the spot side.
Lars is here. He's not going to look. Okay. A little bit scary. Ultimately, health bar is certainly in favor of the bottom lane here of Talon, that you do have to be wary.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Chiefs are more worried about vision control than actually fighting anything. Vamp Scepter there, which is going to make things a little bit easier for Violet. We're starting to see those sixes hit the Rift. Dot lane, mid and top both have their ultimates. That Whirlwind is going to be there for Aja. Bio's still building towards it, but Aja's teleported back to lane. I think, yeah, again, this feels like it is going to be eerily similar to that last game that we saw between the two. A slow burn, we're going to build towards that fight, and when it comes, it is going to be absolutely devastating. Husha finds the opening, says, yeah, I'm just going to send some grubs right now, but Kasa is pathing his way there. Yeah. Husha is just going to look to deny.
Yeah, he gets one, is going to be able to get out. Kasa now arriving. Let's see if Chiefs decide to try and contest any of these ones. Kasa will be able to at least get one.
Woody's there already. Like, I think they've just got too much kill threat with Woody in position and Fofo.
Yep. Okay, so, I mean, now they will be able to get priority on the bottom side of the map as Husha heads down there. And, I mean, the biggest pain point, really, for the Chiefs so far, I guess even in the last game, was the Dragon. Ultimately, that is the fight that swung it. The Dragon, that could have been a soul point. Flash forward, Fofo going to lose his flash for the Hex Flash there of Luon. Jimmy getting low, but is able to navigate his way out, as well as his mana in a bit of a dire position currently. No lost chapter means there's no real way for him to recover it either. And with that, it should just be the Dragon if Kasa opts into it, going over to Talon as well as the two Void Grubs.
3 flashes down, though. Unfortunately, I think if Violet can hit 6 here, with that bullet time, there is a conceivable threat, but Kasa has 6 already. Husha's still a wee way off that. They might even look for a tower dive play here. I don't know if that's necessarily the right call.
They certainly can't. I mean, ultimately, Violet can just drop down the... Oh, he's not actually level 6, so it is possible. Okay, they back out. Kasa's going to realize there's no actual play down there. Violet does lose his barrier. Wasn't used to keep him alive, but just to retain some of that HP.
Yeah, he's going to hit 6 there, so he will have the bullet time. Husha hit 6 as well. Not necessarily as impactful as Kasa, I think, at this stage of the game, but at least is going to allow him to frontline a little bit.
RJ up quite a lot of CS up in the top side. 20, ultimately, at this point, is a really significant amount, ultimately. CS just being one across the map for everyone except the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think given the lanes, it's not totally unsurprising.
Well, they find the angle, though. There is actually flash for Woody. He's going to take a massive chunk of damage and will be able to survive. Ignite was dropped there, as well as the bullet time. There is still Solar Flare once Luon hits 6, of course, currently level 5. Woody, much the same.
That might just give them the prior they need for the Dragon, though, which is quite big. No, yeah.
It's a bit hard with the Scuttle Crab being on Talon's side down there. The Permavision is just really difficult to navigate, as well as the movement speed boost that can be so effective, especially in combat.
And Kasa can just come screaming over that wall as well. So yeah, I mean, look, as much as it was an opening, I think if Luon had 6 there, they definitely confirmed the kill onto Woody. But if anything else, it's given Luon the opportunity, the freedom down on the spot side to get that XP gap a little bit closer, so he shouldn't be that far off the Solar Flare coming through.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, 2 rises. Crazy.
Yeah, importantly, Fofo also,
no, not again.
The win that Talon found over CFO was on Rise. He looked very good in that game.
I mean, to be fair, Fofo's looked pretty good on pretty much everything that he's played.
Yeah, he's a bit of a beast. By Panther taking a very bad trade here, is going to have to scurry back towards his tower, and he's going to be missing out on a lot more CS, unfortunately. As well as Talon just getting the Dragon. I mean, they're just getting everything across the map. 1k gold, and this is sort of what he spoke about in regards to their first series against Talon, where nothing big is happening, but Talon are just bit by bit clawing further and further away. In will come the ultimate here out of Biopanther. He lands the knock-up. Is he going to be able to find the next one? The wall is right there. He doesn't connect, but Arja does flash away. So they do get something off the back end of that. Unfortunately, though, not the kill. No gold coming back towards the way of the Chiefs as teleport coming here for Fofo.
I mean,
going to be looking for one of his own, I dare imagine, in the near future.
My biggest concern, I think Woody may have just been secretly a minion there for a second and pushed too far before realizing that actually this tower is about to start hitting me. Okay, Carsa's
Violet,
oh dear.
He needs to get this bullet time off, and he needs to get it off really quickly. Carsa, he's splitting the wave. Violet, he's not going to be able to do it. He finds it. He does clear out the wave, but is there a way that he can survive this? There's no barrier. Yes, there is. There is barrier. First blood, unfortunately, goes over to Betty. Massive tower shot, but no one there to capitalize on it. It's Talon pushing that lead even further.
My concern, and that feels almost indicative of what we're seeing, is that this feels eerily similar to the pacing of last week's series for the Chiefs. They come out swinging hard in Game 1. Game 2, there's definitely a step back in momentum. Look, they're not playing scared, but they're definitely playing behind where Talon currently are. The macro game has fallen off just a little bit. They haven't been able to match the pace. Husha isn't playing as dominantly as he was in Game 1. They're still not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but it is that slow bleed, which is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, and again, to touch on that, they do have a team fighting composition. So they can be behind in gold and still win. They have the bigger circles,
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, yes, it's going to be hard. And Talon aren't typically the kind of team that find themselves in a position where they're ahead and they throw it. But it has happened, and it's going to be up to the Chiefs, really, to try and find where it could happen in this game. Woody looking aggressively here onto Jimian, but we'll be able to just run the opposite direction.
Level 6 there for Luon. He's still a level down on Woody, but Woody's been very proactive around the map. But with the Solar Flare there, it does provide some more openings in the coming moments. Oh, they are collapsing down onto Betty, though.
Yeah, looking for Betty, but pink ward there. He's going to be able to play safe enough and be fine. Not really a whole lot to do on the bottom side. Dragon's still not really coming up for the next 2.5 minutes, but in saying that, there's nothing to do anywhere on the map. It's just going to be skirmishes, little bits of vision battles. Not going to be able to find these Krugs, unfortunately, for Casa, as Husha has already taken those ones away.
Luon and Husha trying to bait Casa in, but Talon, that little part of their lizard brain starts tingling and saying, actually, there's something up here. There's a lot off the map. And they don't try to push the issue again onto Violet, who does still have the flash. Could have definitely got himself out of it if they tried again. And, well, they're going to find Jimian's instead.
Close call. Jimian is able to flash away. Finds a little bit of return damage, but nothing all that significant. He's going to have to recall now. Actually, I guess he's staying. Is a little vulnerable. Violet.
Oh.
There's no caster this time. So a dive is a little bit less problematic. Less likely, perhaps. Violet does have flash as well.
Well, yeah, it is good to give your bot laner some freedom. He's a lot of time in a 1v2.
Solar Flare connects, but this is not the target that will be taken out in a very quick way. Inspiring Despair does connect. Can he make it? Oh my god! Casa, what a play!
Look at that smile. He knows exactly what he's just done there.
And that's why he has a house on his wrist.
Yeah.
Obviously set up by Fofo, but great by Casa to recognize what's going on, capitalize on it.
I mean, to Violet's credit, despite the situation that he's found himself in this bot lane, he's doing well to keep the CS gap as close as it is. Unfortunately, being down that death means that he's not going to be sitting as comfortable. He does get the Bloodthirster, so okay.
Looking aggressively onto Arja. He still doesn't have flash from the last time this occurred, and it could be the kill. Arja getting a lot of healing, though. Husha flashes in and is able to secure it, so there's an answer back. The first of the game. Fofo, he'll teleport in to clear out these waves, but a great capitalization on the Chiefs of their prior work, getting rid of that flash from Arja.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you're looking for.
Violet's here.
Yeah, great lane swap. They knew that tower was going to go down at some point in the very, very near future. Dragon is up, so it will give that priority to Talon if they want to try and take their second Drake. Neither team within sniffing distance of the feat of Warfare or Monster Slaying at this stage, both sitting at 1 apiece. And Casa, yet again, he's got that knife twisted in Husha's side. He's going to look to ram it home again with another Raptor Camp steal. But, oh, this is just so criminal. Brilliant opening there for the Chiefs. They identified it so well, but Fofo, the Realm Warp, Would have been even more criminal if he'd somehow hijacked Husha over there as well, but luckily that's not how the game works, because that'd be criminal.
If he ulted, he would have.
Yes,
but that would have been crazy. If he gets in there and manages to get an ult off just before the... Oh, now I kind of want to see it.
That's like reminiscent of like old Blitzcrank Thresh, where you just hook and then lantern under the tower from half the lane away.
Now, Dragon started up. There's no conceivable way this is going to be contested, unfortunately, with Betty. Sorry, not Betty, Violet up on the top side of the map.
That's fine. I think they...
Yeah, they were always giving this. Obviously, the big problem...
Oh, no. Violet needs to be careful. Okay, they're not going to look for it there in the end. Oh, no, okay, so it wasn't a Skarner, it was Woody.
Yeah. The other Skarner.
Close, yeah. Definitely not Skarner.
Nico bringing
Definitely not Nico would be a crazy skin.
What is it? Nico bringing back the WTF 2 shins,
yeah.
But it actually can cause it to be a thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, a throwback to Season 2, maybe Season 3, but definitely Season 2 OGN. Game 5, played as a blind pick. Oh, those were cool days. That's how we got the Faker vs. Ryu 1v1. That was Season 3, so definitely in Season 3 then.
Even more recently, they've had, I can't remember what region it was, did have blind picks at some point.
Now we're lying.
No, it was still like a good, what, we see, 15? Yeah, it would have been still a good 6-7 years ago, but I definitely remember seeing it at some point. It may have been an off-season tournament.
I think so. I think the only...
It was a Game 3.
OGN.
Yeah.
But Husha starting up this Rift Herald now. Chiefs are trying to position around it, and again, they're team fighting cold. They're looking for it. Flash away. Woody able to get out. That's important though. Now Nico does not have flash to look for that flash. Pop Blossom. Here comes the Orn Horn, and the big circles down. Will go Casa. The Pop Blossom's massive though as Woody finds 3. And keep an eye on Betty, who's found 1. It's a 3v3 now. Fofo going forward. Violet, Luon, and Biopanther solo, and the Killer Instinct indeed, as Betty will locate a triple and hunt down the wanting Chiefs.
That is rough for the Chiefs there. It was all set up as well as it could have been. Unfortunately, the target of choice was just very, very beefy. And a Scorpion Skarner eats the bullet time, eats everything, and buys enough time for Talon to get the damage out the way that they did. And pause coming through. I don't think it would have been anything too massive, at least impacting that team fight. But
yeah, I didn't see anything huge. So hopefully...
I did. It was Skarner, and he took a long while to die. You look at it.
Take a look. I mean, Woody flashing away, so that's a great start. Already, there's no possibility of a flash Pop Blossom. We're all looking. It's a great ult actually from Casa that locks down Jimmy, and it locks down Husha as well. And Fofo comes in. He gets 1. They are able to answer back, and now Biopanther, who is beefy, is nothing in the face of this free-hitting Kai'Sa. Killer Instinct up, takes down 1, takes down 2.
Well, that's the thing. Bio's built almost exclusively armor, and then at the end of the fight, he's fighting Kai'Sa and Ryze, who really don't care all that much about it. So I think situationally a bit rough there for Bio, but for the most part, the fight started off well. Unfortunately, Skarner is just so beefy. They take so much priority. Jimmy a little bit far forward in that situation. Unfortunately, gets caught out and burst. I think could have played a little bit safer there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just getting hit by the very tail end of that Skarner ult. Really, if somehow he was able to avoid that, even Husha, then that could have been a massively different fight. But Betty got the time. He had so much uptime in that fight. And really, when you're giving Kai'Sa that much room, she will be able to capitalize, especially when it's piloted by Betty. Woody, he lost his flash, still found a 3-man Pop Blossom.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. The re-engage, still finding all 3 in that front line. I don't know. It still didn't feel like a bad fight from the Chiefs, which is the crazy thing. It kind of felt as that went about as well as it could have given the situation. You've got a very, very tanky Skarner. Aja takes a very long time to die, and they do get damage out onto Betty, but Fofo really is the biggest, I think, damage threat on the Rift at the moment for Talon.
So headed back into game now. Betty 4-0-1 on the Kai'Sa, has the Kraken Slayer. Is going to be able to look for a recall. I believe these were items pre the fight.
Yeah, no, he had the Kraken Slayer for sure.
So now it's going to be Gwinsu's almost completed. If not, yeah, there we go. Full Gwinsu's and the recurve bow at the tail end as well. And all of a sudden, Chiefs have a massive job to get this one back there once again, returning to the Rift Herald to start it up. 4K gold lead in favor of Talon. What can we find? We're looking once again for Casa. Killer Instinct up and available. Flash, cleanse still all there for Betty. Violet, no flash of his own. The bullet time still not available. That's the Rift Herald going over to Talon, I think. Well done by Chiefs to be reserved, not overcommit for the Rift Herald. Give it over. You don't have bullet time. You don't have the on horn. The Call of the Forge God, really your best engaged tool alongside that Solar Flare. Not having one of them, not the best idea to look for a fight. So top lane tower will be almost certain to go down. It's very low.
Oh, it's just a matter of timing. Like in the next couple of waves, that should go down. Chiefs realize that actually things are getting a bit tight in the mid lane. Betty's just shoved that wave in. Ruinous. Everything is just going a bit wrong for the Chiefs at the moment. A couple of bad team fights. The Rift Herald, they just take too long to take. Bio is also sort of half built a couple of different items and definitely isn't quite feeling like the tank that they want him to be in the front lines at the moment. So it's a bit of a rough situation for sure. But again, the team comp is geared towards team fight. If they can line up everything the way they need to, one brilliant team fight completely blows this game open for the Chiefs.
Exactly, and that's all they need to find. They are behind. They're not dramatically behind to the point it's inconceivable they do come back. Jimmian has to be so careful. Rise ult coming through, and very quickly...
Oh boy.
Oh, it's just Casa. Is there any way to come back here? No, Jimmian's just going to be taken out. Wow, what a great fear. Unfortunately, with the 1 HP tower, it's not going to matter in the slightest. Jimmian once again dipping, diving, dodging, but going down.
Yeah. Look, it's hard to be critical. You don't want to lose that map control. Losing that tier 1 on the top side just opens the map even further. All tier 1's gone across the board for the Chiefs, but maybe a little bit greedy overstaying there, and a brilliant read from Talon saying, hey, look, Skarner, we'll just chuck you down on the bottom side of that tower. He's pretty much dead to rights there.
Yeah, and once again, Fofo just getting the most out of his Rise ults. Not the easiest ult in general to capitalize on. Everyone from solo queue would know this. Call the Forge God, but the phase rush is just too hard.
You are very much long-arming the Call of the Forge God there.
Yeah, Violet has walked the greedy way, and he will be paying. Betty once again turning around. The Zenith Blade will connect. Husha's going to be here. Betty does get away, and he's going to be able to find one more. Husha looking for the damage. Husha, can he find one back? No, he cannot. The support is there. Betty is there, and Betty 6-0-2 here in game number 2.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse, unfortunately. Well, again, I'm still not calling it critical mass for Talon. We're very rapidly approaching that point. They're just absolutely taking everything they could possibly want across the Rift. Chiefs, look, they to be fair, again, I still maintain that they have done infinitely better than they would have if this was still the same split 1 team. Unfortunately for them, this is still Talon, who are easily the second best team in the region.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, mistakes like that is reminiscent of split 1, where you've just gone the greedy way for no real reason. You're trying to defend your tower, but you pay the price far worse off the back end of what occurred. Betty able to live. Did lose his cleanse, but the fact that he was able to keep his flash is criminal. And so, really, I mean, the Chiefs just need to slow down the pace. Honestly, unfortunately, they're going to have to give over objectives until Violet gets to the point where his bullet time actually matters. Right now, he's on the verge of having that Infinity Edge, at which point, sure, you get the good setup. Bullet time can win you the fight almost single-handedly, but for the time being, just sitting on that BF sword and pickaxe, it's not going to be having that damage you really need.
And the problem is, with Betty being so accelerated, you get into the point where he's probably going to be looking for his Zhonya's at the very least in the near future, which, again, then makes it very, very hard to pull off the bullet time on the targets you want it to. We've already got the Seeker's arm guard right now for Fofo. They're going to start at that Ruinous, and conceivably there is no way to contest it.
Yeah, this is just gone, and I think wise for the Chiefs to not bother. Ultimately, you look at the gold leads there, the 2 carries, the 3 carries, really, if you want to include Aatrox, up so much gold in this game. 3.5k gold, so over an entire item, as you can see there by the items that have been picked up. Solar Flare goes wide, but an objective bounty nonetheless picked up there by the Chiefs. This is important. Is much needed control over the map. If they are able to ever establish themselves, getting that mid tower gone is really helpful in trying to bring back what is a quickly spiraling out of control game 2.
Yeah. I mean, again, Chiefs have a lot to take away from this series, and they've taken a lot of... Yeah, it's not over, but they've definitely got some learnings to take away from this series. I'm very excited to see... look, again, I hate to harp back to the fact that if this was split 1 Chiefs, again, you'd call this over. mentally they probably wouldn't be in it still, but they are still fighting. They are still trying to take objectives. They're still trying to have some presence on the map. And that, again, speaks to how much they are digging in their heels.
Yeah, absolutely. So now looking up to the top side, Fofo. Actually, it's probably Woody. It is Woody. Just looks like Fofo. Lots of pings going down, but I mean, if Betty's there, you probably can't fight right now. Outside of just the most phenomenal engage of all time. And so far, really, the side of Talon have done a really good job at keeping Casa in front of everyone, keeping Casa as the only legitimate target. And he's not really a legitimate target.
He's averaging a heart steal stack every minute, so he's got that going for him. And I think that, yeah, that speaks to the fact that the Chiefs, Jimmy and...
Well, it's, I guess that's good.
Yeah, look, to be fair, the brilliant fair, Casa flashes onto him. So they, if not for that fair hitting, he was pretty much dead to rights there. So Jimmy, on this way, look, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we see it come out a couple more times by the end of the split, just because it does give him that little bit of extra space here. But the biggest problem I'm seeing is that because of the matchup on the top side, Bio is just not equipped to deal with the rest of this Talon roster. He's so heavily invested in the armor. Fofo just tears through him. Yes, he's got a Negatron cloak now, but even then, that's one singular item to what is two finished for Fofo. He is just going to be tearing through this all.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a hard job. You see the gold lead there on your screens, ultimately. 7K is the advantage. There have been bigger comebacks, but the team that managed to do that is, in fact, the team with the advantage this time. Still, Infinity Edge completed for Violet. You've got the setup. If you can find it, it is really hard, though. And Woody with Flash as well can play Disrupt so well.
It's also about the target prioritization for the Chiefs. They cannot just dump onto Casa because he's not going to go down to the combo. Unfortunately, he's also then going to be a problem in the middle of these team fights. So
25 minutes, level 17, by the way.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rod of Age is helping, but that is crazy.
They need to find a split fight from Talon. One where Casa is not immediately the forefront. And you said he's been doing it so well. Talon have been playing so well around the big Scorpion himself. But where does that opening come? Talon are a team that are exceptional at finding those openings for themselves, but they present very few to their opponents.
Yeah. Baron up. Betty and Casa now working on it. Chiefs should be somewhat wise to the fact this can be happening. And really, it does feel like we're quickly getting to the point of what could be our last fight. Betty going forward, looking for Luon. Definitely not the target that Talon necessarily want. Do get the suppress. It's onto Luon. He gets the flash away. He has the solo. There's a pop! Blossom out of Woody is insane! And that will spell the end of game 2. And Talon will run away with it. Woody, quiet game until then where he just explodes it open.
Yeah, I mean, look, Talon waited. They are the masters of patience on the Rift. They find their opening, and it is an absolute gutting of this Chiefs roster, who still, to their credit, have played this series a lot better than others might have in this situation. Luon is back up. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to do much in the face of this overwhelming Talon force. Unfortunate for Oceanic fans and the man in the stands, Mr. Steak, but a result that we expected.
Absolutely. Talon, they started off the split going 0-1 or 2-1 to CFO against them, and bring it back with a vengeance here against the Chiefs. Game 1, you can be happy if you're the Chiefs. I think you played that game very well. It was one hiccup at one critical moment that spelled despair. But here in game number 2, Talon were not messing around. They came in with a plan. They executed it perfectly. They kept everyone down. It wasn't like, okay, let's focus bot lane. Let's keep Violet down. They did that while keeping Jimmy down, while keeping Bio down, and just completely ran away with it. Some crucial team fights. Betty playing out of his mind. Woody with one of the greatest engages I've seen in a long time. And there's not a whole lot you could do at that point.
And look, you got to respect the fact that Chiefs have stepped up their game. That was the second seed coming out of Split 1 and arguably a contender for one of those MSI spots at the end of the split. If that is what they're putting out against Talon, there is, again, it just reinforces the confidence I have that they can definitely pick up a series win this split. You look at teams towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, SoftBank, the likes of GAM, and even Team Secret. If Chiefs come out and put into practice everything that is working right for them, 100% they can avoid 8th spot this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, if you are the Chiefs, you're coming in, you're trying to look for your first series win in the LCP. Talon is going to be one of the hardest to get it against. Them alongside CFO, they just seem pretty clearly at the top here of our standings, pretty clearly at the top of our power rankings. And so, while it's unfortunate, you were close. You can be happy Jimmy still keeps his flawless record in the 1v1s. You were very close in Game 1. You were looking leaps and bounds better than Split 1. And so you will almost certainly be able to find, at some point, a series win. I'm very confident that this should occur. They're looking better. And maybe it's hopium, but I believe it. I believe in it.
And you look at these two teams come in with very, very similar motivations from Split 1 for two drastically different reasons. For Chiefs, they bottomed the leaderboard. Anything that they could do coming into this split, they needed to do, because otherwise they were facing a back-to-back 8th position. They were looking at embarrassment on the global stage. They had everything to prove coming into the split, and I think they are very much doing that. Talon missed out at the final hurdle. They have just as much to prove.
Yeah, unfortunately, this part here, Violet, getting a little bit too greedy, walking the greedy way really against who at this stage already Betty was just so massively far ahead. Pays the price, and I think ultimately between the two series, you can see sort of the lapses in judgment here come through in Game 2 that are very reminiscent of Split 1, and I hope it's not something that snowballs and continues to show itself.
It's feeling like a bit of a stamina issue. Like, mental fortitude definitely takes a bit of a blow off of a loss in Game 1. And it's crazy to me, that entire game was decided by the exact same portion of the rift. 3 fights in a row on that top side brush in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And Betty there, player of the match.
Undoubtedly.
Very deserved. I think even in the Jin game there, he started really finding his stride at the back end. And the Kaiser game, I mean, that one team fight that really blew this one wide open was off the back of essentially him and him alone. Up in top, oh, this is where they get the kill. So this already, RJ didn't have flash. They found the flash earlier and were able to capitalize. It did get very dodgy. Aatrox was absolutely getting that healing we know him for, but Husha flashing in to secure it. And this right here, this was a masterclass from Betty. We find the way on Casa. Great ultimate. Ornhorn come through, but Betty, he is getting clipped by the bullet time, but ultimately not low enough to even matter. And just comes in here, auto-attacking for free. No one threatening him in the slightest. And Fofo even flashing away from sort of nothing. Betty, in he comes, killer instinct. And as it so aptly describes, does get Betty himself the triple kill.
And yeah, poor Violet, he's really been put through the gauntlet going, and especially this game and then into the next couple of weeks of matches that they have to play out. It's going to be a learning curve. It was always going to be a learning curve for Violet coming into this competition. I will say, I think he's represented himself very, very well given the competition that he's been facing. But unfortunately for the Chiefs, look, they do fall into some of their old habits, and Woody
disgusting.
Absolutely ruining. I mean, even that Pop Blossom he hit in the first team fight, landing onto 3, landing a 4-man Pop Blossom there. This is still talent, and that needed to be respected. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do against a team that, again, is still in talks for top team in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, only really have there's not a whole lot of discussion ahead around that just yet. Obviously, very early on into the split. But we are going to have an interview with one of our Chiefs representatives, the man that we have been talking so fondly of, I guess, and it is Violet.
Hello.
Hello, Violet. How are you doing?
Doing okay.
Yeah?
Second game was a bit rough.
Absolutely.
But besides that, I think I'm doing fine.
Yeah, so I wanted to interview you today, and I have one really big question, and sort of off the back of obviously what you would have witnessed in Split 2. Now coming in that you are the starting AD carry here in Split in the mid-season, what have you aimed to, or what do you think you're bringing this Chiefs roster that sort of was either missing or sort of went to the wayside in the first Split?
I mean, I think I'm a pretty strong team fighter. And I think I've learned to be a lot more vocal, especially like joining this team. I think back then, like on a lot of my OS teams, I wouldn't need to like call much at all. Like I was usually playing with like a lot of veterans, but since like there's sometimes there's a bit of a language barrier since like my jungle speaks Chinese, and Luan's, I mean, he speaks a bit of English, so I think definitely learning to like speak up more and just being stable, consistent force on the team is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to quickly sort of jump back to last week because obviously game number 1 up against DFM was a fantastic performance from everyone, and obviously yourself included. Finishing that game, I believe, was 11 kills on the Misfortune. How did it feel for you coming in first game here in the LCP, first time I believe you've ever played in a major region, and just completely dominating like that?
I mean, I wasn't very happy with my performance, to be honest, but it felt really good to win with the boys. Like I think everyone on my team played really well that game. And it's obviously like my first time playing in front of a crowd since like I went pro in 2020. So like that was really awesome to experience.
Yeah. Do you have any questions there, Panda?
I mean, look, you come into this competition joining the Chiefs. You start with what is most considered the easiest match that you're going to face this split. You then go into TLN, which second place team coming out of split 1. The matches get harder progressing through the mid split. I mean, how confident are you that you can tighten up those things? Because there have been a couple of mistakes, but you guys start these series looking so strong. Do you reckon that you could help find Chiefs' first win in 2025?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to make sure Chiefs get the first series win in LCP this split.
He said it.
I think,
he said it's going to
honestly, like, a lot of the games in like first series versus DFM, I think a lot of the game was on me in like game 2 and 3. And I think today's series, I think game 1, we played pretty well. We played a bit too safe in game 1. I think a lot of like nerves, but game 2 definitely was my fault that game.
I think, especially in the team environment, it's hard to fault just one man. Obviously, everyone's going to be critical of themselves because they want to be that sort of driving force to get them across the line. I think so far, from where I'm sitting, you've done fantastically. You've sort of, obviously there's a combination of people that have now joined the roster, but certainly yourself has brought a new light to this Chiefs roster, and I think myself and sort of the fans around OS are very happy to see you there. And sort of on that note, I was wondering, do you have anyone you'd like to shout out, any words for the fans in Oceania, maybe the fans you have over there in Taipei?
I mean, I just shout out to everyone like supporting us. I know it's like hard to support a team that's like, you know, winless for like the past year, but I'm going to make sure we get our first series win. Shout out to my homies back in Australia and my girlfriend back home.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for the interview, Violet. Obviously, unfortunate about today's games, but I'm certain, and I think much more so this split, in your ability to take one across the line and at least get that one series, if not more.
Thank you.
Awesome.
There is a certain level of confidence that is required to be a good bot laner. And I think Violet is currently walking that line. The guy's quietly confident. To be fair, he has been playing very, very well. And even now, he's being critical of what we consider good performances. So he is clearly lasered in and focused on what he needs to be doing to set this team up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I know anything about Violet sort of on a personal level from experiencing sort of time with him, playing games with him, is he is very dedicated to what he does. He's very passionate. He will, if he needs to put in an extra 10 hours of solo queue in a week, he will put that at those hours in. And I think going forward, that is sort of what the Chiefs need, because there were things that sort of, there were some digressions going on in Split 1, and so far Split 2 is looking great. I hope it continues on an upward trend and they can get their first series win. But TLN were the people who got it for that first series. We are going to go to a break. Once we're back, it's going to be SHG up against GAM. Can't wait to see you again.
With the vibe side, girls, please stop the light.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người ngạc nhiên ở LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让人们打鼾的存在。
Silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看毒蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua. The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
Welcome back, everybody. Game, or match number 2, rather, now on the horizons. It's going to be SHG up against GAM. I think both of us are in agreement that GAM should probably handedly take this, but SoftBank, or SHG rather, have been steadily improving, I think, from the beginnings of our sort of first split to now in the mid-season, even in their first series, have bit by bit been getting better and better and better.
Yeah, and the unfortunate fact of the matter that GAM seems to be the min-max team for the VCS. They either do it insanely well or they really, really struggle to find their identity in a best of 3. So it's going to be interesting to see how they've tightened things up coming into Split 2. I think, yeah, realistically, one of our more evenly matched games in the first half of the split at the very least. But again, I still maintain that VCS teams have the highest ceiling of potential in this competition while they lack the consistency that the likes of the PCS have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very excited to see Evie again. I think left a little bit to be desired in the first series they had last week, but certainly a player that is globally known to have really, really high highs, and he has when he came over to the PCS playoffs in the past. He has in the LCP as well. Now up against GAM, it's his time to really show those fantastic moments that we know Evie can have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, SoftBank, again, has had those moments where they really shine. SHG has had moments where we thought maybe they could strike higher than they necessarily did, at least in Split 1. GAM came out and surprised a little bit. We weren't expecting them to do necessarily, I suppose, poorly as they did in Split 1. We thought they were going to do better. They still then make it into playoffs and come out with an insane win to at least claim top 4 in that competition. So I think realistically, this matchup could be a bit of a decider, at least in terms of keeping separation between top and bottom 4.
Yeah, absolutely. As one other exciting thing, I believe Evie is usually the 1v1 player for SHG. I think almost always it's Evie. There it is. Evie punch. It is the classic. It's his signature move, actually, is the thumbs up. And quite often in the past, he's started betting his hair, different, you know, either his eyebrows or whatever on if he wins or loses. But now he's just been voluntarily removing his hair, as you see there on your screen. But epic music means epic 1v1, very close on the horizon.
I think you might be doing it wrong, though. Like, every other title that I've seen when it comes to putting the hair on it, it's into Grand Finals. You shave your head the night before Grand Finals, come out looking crisp and clean. I think it was Team Spirit, the entire team did it, and they won, like, the World Champs. I can't remember what game it was, but yeah, they then won the World Championships off the back of the entire team shaving, so
that was the reason. Okay, so I think
they did it the year before as well and won then. So.
Yeah, I think here the most notable 2 players on each given team here are playing the 1v1. So it's Evie for SHG and it's going to be Levi for GAM. I think quite often it is these 2 players that generally play their 1v1, so no real surprise. Neither one having quite as great of a history, I believe, as Jimmian, but he kind of just controls the league in that sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, for the Chiefs, the success in the 1v1s has translated into wins, at least for the GAM and SHG so far, but it's coming. Chiefs are not done by any stretch of the imagination. They're only 2 games into this split, so there is room for them to pick up some credentials there. He's got a little cheat. Oh, Evie.
Oh my lord.
That is an insane pick into a pick that it actually works really well into.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'd have to favor Teemo. I'd have to.
Oh boy.
I don't.
Okay, of all the champions,
How does Vayne win this?
Of all the champions that I saw in the picking in the pool for the 1v1s, I did not expect Teemo to be played ever. And Evie's he's just built different.
Yeah, it's a top lane champ at least, so you'd imagine he'd have at least one rep on it. Vayne, on the other hand, certainly not a jungler, but we'll see. I mean, I just feel like Teemo should win this pretty handedly. As long as your blind's up, Vayne cannot do a whole lot. She can use her Condemn. That's the only damage she can do when she's blinded. And that's not really a damaging ability, to say the least.
Well, I mean, look, maybe you just go like damage Vayne and just play around the cooldown.
Well,
So the blind happens, you somersault and then just get mad damage like Sheen. They're probably not going Sheen, that'd be a bit silly, but you just build all your damage into that, just getting the one attack off, chipping away at the Teemo.
Yeah, I think the problem is Teemo gets like 5 attacks off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
yeah,
realistically, this is just not a good matchup at all for the Vayne.
Something like maybe you just need to go QSS and kill her during the duration that the blind cooldowns, you know, on.
Yeah,
but
are you really wanting to build QSS first item?
no, but like,
Exactly.
what else can you do? That's the problem. Is I don't really foresee a way to. Oh, he's got cleanse. He does have cleanse, so there's at least one blind that can be navigated through. Evie finds him, blinds him, and is just winning. The cleanse is going to be there, but Evie has won.
Yeah.
This is not even close. This is just not even close. Evie, look at his face. Evie is not impressed. He lives though, so at least there's no gold going over. But
Levi's losing it, man. He's just so done. Yeah.
I think maybe not quite realizing how terrible this is until now.
He also didn't even try and get the Condemn off into a wall. I don't even think he got the third proc on his passive there because of the blind, which is a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's grim. It is very grim. I just don't see a way for Teemo to lose. I really don't.
No. As soon as that 6 comes up, you can't play around the bushes at all. Oh, no. Poor Levi. At least he didn't die, I suppose. So he's not giving that away. I don't know what you can pick up here for Levi. Is he going to stop the bag? No, not quite.
Almost. Evie just gets an amp
Oh,
time.
so he doesn't even have the Condemn.
Yeah, wow.
Which I think is probably your best trading tool for Vayne in this 1v1.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately it's like he blinds you. If you don't have cleanse, you just condemn him and run away. So I think maybe a mistake not taking it. Has it now. As he does tick over to level 4.
Into the wall, into the wall, into the wall.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. I mean, even if he does it there, if he's just going to be
no.
in a bush, he can't auto-attack him anyway, so...
Oh, he got it off just. But again, he's still losing out because Teemo... Oh, 3 points into poison. Oh, it's a rough time.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but sometimes, especially in 1v1s, you just lose based on what champs are picked. And I think this is one of those occasions.
All I can say is at least it doesn't set Revival Teemo with, 3-second blind at all levels. That was criminal.
Yeah, this is not TFT.
That was the reroll Teemo was the bane of your existence in that set.
Now, at least, Levi is laughing. I think he realizes the predicaments he's in. That, boys, they're going to have side selection. Sorry, but they are.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Levi just can't even step up and take farm. Oh, it's so rough. Like, arguably one of the biggest mismatches in terms of the 1v1, and it happens here for Levi.
Well, at least going forward, any team that versus SHG can be aware they cannot pick Teemo again.
Yeah.
So they can go Vayne and will not get answered by a Teemo, which is good, I guess. Obviously not for GAM. They're kind of sad about it. But for every other team, you can pretty happily pick Vayne, and there doesn't strike me as the most amount of counterplay
Now,
in terms of the champ pool.
Levi is 6. So this is probably where the largest amount of counterplay is available to him with the cleanse and the barrier up as well. Unfortunately, it's still not a huge amount.
Yeah. Blasting Wand picked up now for Evie as he makes his way and gets ever so close to that Nash's.
I mean, what do you even build here for Levi? Like, there just isn't a build path that fills me with a whole lot of confidence, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, he's getting chip damage. I mean,
yeah, but that's just because his wave's pushing.
Theoretically, Levi could stall this out to the sudden death and try and condemn Evie into the zone.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he's just dead before that. Gets blinded, gets
absolutely
very low.
But it's possible.
Yeah. And Levi's doing a good job too of not even died yet, but dare I say his time is dwindling. Does have both his sons. If he lost Ignite.
He's got an Hex Drinker.
Yeah, it's something.
And, okay, and a recurve bow and and a null magic mantle. Okay, so doubling down on the magic resist.
You kind of have to.
Yeah. In this situation, there's no real better build path. And yeah, Nash is completely finished up for Evie, so he hits now even harder.
Concerning for GAM. Levi leaving early to not lose his tower, but this means now he's losing some of his stacks on the refillable potion.
I mean, look, Copium is that he's got double Doran's blade, so at least he's getting a little bit of health back from that. Realistically, much of a muchness, and Shroom goes down, and that entire wave is just completely reduced to minimal levels of HP, and the follow-up completely clears out the wave as a whole.
Yeah, okay, so he is going to use the ultimate, but here comes the blind, the cleanse! He does it! Levi's found the way, he's laughing. Evie is shocked and horrid. I believe gold will be relatively even still, but now this next fight, Evie will have his Ignite. Levi will not have Hex Drinker or Summoners. How much damage can he get done to this tower? It's not going to be anywhere near enough.
I mean, 2 plates is still gold and the kill. So I don't know what. Maybe he goes Wit's End here. I think. No, okay, so it's going to be the Maw. It looks like finished off. Well, it's just going to be the Maw. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is a...
I think, to be fair, you're not getting enough attacks off that the Wit's End is valuable enough. You want just that instant burst damage. As soon as that blind wears off, you can just try and burst him down.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the one problem that he's going to deal with is now that the sudden death voiceover comes through, if he doesn't have to do anything but just put down more and more mushrooms that will become increasingly unavoidable.
I'm assuming that Evie can go invisible even with the sudden death circle coming in. So he, in theory, could just mind game this, sit in a brush, wait till it comes in.
Yeah, but then he gets condemned into the circle first.
Oh, absolutely. But maybe that's the avenue. Maybe it's all about mind games.
Maybe Levi's just going to win. His Hex Drinker is coming up.
Yeah, off the back of that. You look at the damage off one attack there. Didn't even get the passive proc. The more, I think, is just going to do so much for him. With the ultimate coming back up, it's up now. He's going to have the barrier soon. Probably not the cleanse, so that is maybe Levi's biggest point of strength.
Yeah. See if we can deal with these shrooms. Using one to clear out that wave. But with the cannon minion there and the oracles from the cannon minion, the other shrooms will be spotted out and noted. Ignite coming through early for Evie. Here comes the ult from Levi. He still has that massive shield from the Maw, and I think Evie is just dead. He gets the blind off, but there's a big shield! Oh my god, it's close. And Levi somehow navigates it. One kill early into the sudden death kill, and Levi has secured site selection for GAM.
It's timing. It's just a matter of timing. Patience is key. What time is it? It's GAM time, baby. Levi.
GAM Colin. Although I probably could have pronounced that better. I unfortunately do not speak Vietnamese.
Neither do I, but I know it's GAM time when I see it. Levi just waits it out, waits for his points of strength, and he gets the job done into a matchup which should not have been that good for Vayne. He just waits out for his power points, gets his Maw, means that Levi can just out-sustain that damage by just not taking it.
Yeah, I wonder if Evie would have won had he have gone Void Staff. Just gone straight Void Staff. There's a chance.
Potentially. Maybe Magic. I think if he'd gone the Magic build, he might have done a little bit better. Just like straight AP rather than attack speed, because the attack speed didn't do a heck of a lot from there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's a lot of theory crafting in a matchup that is ultimately not going to be massive, I think, until we figure out the result of this best of 3. But look, it gives teams more to think about, especially as we get deeper and deeper into that 1v1 pool.
Yep, absolutely. Now, ultimately, we've seen it time and time again. Side selection, not the be-all, end-all. While SHG surely would prefer, obviously, to have that side selection. It's not like the series is lost based on that entirely. It does give the slight upper hand to GAM, and they're going to be happy for that. And honestly, this is a win they really need, because keep in mind, going forward, there are 2 slots available for the LCP going into MSI and the Esports World Cup, and GAM, as well as SHG, should truly be real competitors. They are historically the 2 strongest teams from their given regions in the LJL and the VCS, and it's been kind of strange to see both of them struggling so much.
Yeah, I mean, even if those results haven't got that way recently, they've still got the history, they've still got the experience, they've still got the capabilities to be those teams of note again.
Absolutely. Here we are. Be headed into our draft very, very shortly for game number 1. I didn't see, did you see what side?
No, I did miss that, unfortunately.
I would imagine it's blue. If I had to take a guess, if I was forced to, I would say they probably chose blue, as everyone tends to. One thing I'm interested to see, because I think it was in the first series, maybe I'm misremembering, but I think in the first series, Levi was pretty much 4-banned every single game.
Yeah.
And they really struggled to navigate that. So I really want to see what they do about that here. If SHG realize what happened and saw how well it works, if they also look to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what can happen, just even with a couple of target bans thrown at one player or another, and having that champion pool diminish puts them on something that is traditionally a little bit weaker. So, yeah, I think it is potentially an avenue for SHG coming into this. Look to enable things as much as possible, but there you go. The music started. We do see Zinzao Azir banned out by GAM, Gwen Callista banned out by SHG. So far, we are on track for, again, some of the highest priority champion bans so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, none of the bans that have come through are particularly shocking. It feels like now, as has been the case for the last 2 years almost, that if you are on the red side, you have to pay the Callista tax, and SHG will do so. Now, one more ban to come through for them. Okay, the Vi, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So only the one jungle ban towards Levi, and it was GAM who banned out the Zinzao up against Courage. Nefiri is what I would expect to see here, locked in very early from at least one of the teams. It has, while not won every game, looked very strong in the games even when it did lose.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what is still available...
Jace, okay.
Yeah, Jace in the top lane for Kiaya.
He has really liked his Jace.
Yeah, it is that third arm, I suppose, of the Holy Trinity, the top lane, Rumble, Gwen, and Jace being the big 3 at the moment. And again, we're starting to see some of that shift a little bit in terms of Jace not being as, hard stuck to now in Split 2. But there you go, Nefiri is the trade for Courage. So I think SoftBank quite happy with that.
Absolutely. And do you answer the Yorick? Does Yorick do well into Jace? I imagine so with the changes to the ghouls. But at least for now, I'm not going to see it. Varus instead here for Marble. He has, in my memory, really enjoyed Misfortune. This time going to have to go up against the Misfortune as well as the Lilia. Now keep in mind, I'm pretty sure most people will be aware of this at this stage. Obviously it's been harped on about time and time again, but the interaction between Lilia Sleep and Misfortune Ult is that Misfortune Ult counts as a damage over time ability. So it does not wake people up. So if you get a good sleep off and a bullet time on top of it, no one wakes up, you pretty much just one-shot a team. And there comes the Yorick.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. And yeah, that last series against Wales, Levi copped at least 3 bans per game in that banning phase. So giving him an opening here, I don't know if Lilia probably would have deserved a target ban, given that it's again, not the be-all and end-all in the jungle. It's still very much a snowbally champion. If you don't find an early lead and expound upon that, it's not the greatest champions. But we see Ryze, Orianna being taken out in the second ban phase. So both teams targeting out their respective opponents. Ryze, we saw it in that last game, can be very, very dominant. And same with Orianna.
Marble fighting. Marble has been the standout player thus far for SHG. I still, and not to discredit Fate in any regard, but it still feels like he hasn't settled in completely in the same way that Dasher had in years gone, where Dasher really was just that X factor. He was he was sort of the guy you'd give all the resources to, because Evie is not a resource-intensive player. He's happy to sack 3 waves to go help the team, while Dash is collecting those 3 waves for himself, and then he'd utilize that gold. It to me feels like Fate is also another player that likes to play for his team, which is usually good. You know, you usually like to have that in your mid laner, but SHG in times gone had their mid laner as that resource-heavy, will carry the late game player, and it doesn't feel like Fate yet has filled those shoes.
Yeah, you kind of need that star player who is going to be a bit greedy.
Yeah.
Make sure that those resources are at least put to good use. Oh boy. Yeah, this is gearing up to be a pretty solid Sylas game already, just with an Alistar Varus.
You see Alistar, we're locking the Sylas.
It does offer the counter pick rather to Fate, although again, there's not a huge number of matchups that are overwhelmingly punishing for the Sylas at the moment. You would traditionally see the Akali, but the Akali is really struggling into the Rod of Ages meta at the moment. Yeah,
I mean, what stands out? I mean, a really, I'd say good pick, a decent pick, at least in the lane matchup, and the team comp, it's okay, is Talia. Talia would be fine if Fate were to go for it. It's not the be-all, end-all, of course. It does make lane a little bit more difficult for Ares, but ultimately...
Is that enough to justify it in this team comp? I don't think so. Okay, apparently it is going to be enough.
Yeah, so it's good against Rel, it's good against Sylas. Other than that, not the greatest, but generally...
Hold up.
Wait a second.
I was going to say, yeah.
It can be. That is a legitimate thing that could have happened, but this is much better. So Fate should just have prio the entire lane, which means Courage should have the ability to look aggressively onto this Lilia. Lilia no slouch in the early game, but certainly shouldn't be able to stack up to the Neferi in the current state of the game. And from what we've seen thus far, Jace should have prio early up against the Yorick, but that pendulum starts to swing later on.
Yeah, Jace doesn't really want to be babysitting a Oracle game, which might be Evie's opening to really exploit the map going to the mid to late game if he's just given freedom to play those side lanes. He's not going to be really looking... we've seen very few Yoriks that have appeared this split actually group up and be involved in the team. More often than not, they're just hermit in a side lane.
Yeah. As the coaches now head to the middle, fist bumps, and off they go. It's now a 5v5. No longer will those coaches or assistant coaches have any say. The draft is done. Game number 1 about to get underway. It's SHG up against GAM. And honestly, I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure this was a 3-game series last split. And it was sort of what we expected out of both teams, where, yeah, GAM probably should be the favorites, but it was very, very hotly contested. And I'm hoping that it's much the same here. If I can remember correctly, I believe it was possibly the game where Evie went like 0-9-0 as on in game 3, but I might be misremembering.
Well,
I am old now.
Yeah, we're into split 2 of the year. Age is definitely showing. But coming into this match, I think realistically, both teams primed and ready, in with a chance to take the win here. The problem being is GAM's inconsistencies have probably been the most severe of these two teams.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Arcane Comet there you see on the Varus, which means Marble will be once again for the second time tonight. It will be a Lethality Varus. Everything else is pretty standard across the Rift. Nothing too exciting to write home about. Well, where should the focal points of each comp be? I mean, ultimately, I feel like for SHG, they probably need to utilize the fact that this Talia into the Sylas is just a winning matchup. And so the priority will be there for the Talia when they need it. And utilize sort of, you know, that Weaver's Wall, combine it with Courage, get Courage into the jungle of Levi and slow down that scaling. Because if this game does start to progress, the Lilia will become a little bit of an issue. The lockdown's not the greatest. There's the combo from Alistar and Chain of Corruption if you can combo on top of that. But aside from that, it's pretty hard to lock down and secure any kills on this Lilia.
And as for that match you were trying to remember, you're right. It was on the money, game 3, 0-9-0 on into the Kiaya tank Jace. I think for one of the few last appearances of it in Split 1.
Still got it. That's all the Arkham Memory games helping me out.
It's a very deep reference for some that probably won't get it. In the top side, Evie, under the pump as we expected into Kiaya. ranged versus melee matchups tend to lean that way, at least in the early stages. The exception, for the most part, being Sion, who just has a lot of damage early on.
Yeah. Well, I think we might have a bit of a quiet one, ultimately.
It has been a quiet night for the most part.
It has. Bit explosive in the second game of our first match, eventually. But yeah, Fate just slowly but surely getting himself priority. Doing a good job, though, is RS on making sure he keeps up in that CS. Yorick, much the same up on the top side. Unfortunately, losing a bit of health here to the Jace, who will just always have that range advantage. Also has the threat of the all-in, and what just happened?
I think Gang got himself out of danger was the game plan. He headbutted onto a minion.
Yeah, I saw that. It looked like he headbutted a minion that was almost on top of him.
It looked like he missed the headbutt.
Yeah.
He looked like he was trying to headbutt Elio there, but just somehow his mouse was in the wrong position. Either way, yeah, I mean, there's not a huge amount of kill threat in any of these lanes, bar the top side if Evie just gets a bit careless. Maybe Fate onto RS, but again, it's going to require RS to make a bit of a pretty uncharacteristic misplay in the laning phase at the very least.
Okay, Meowric possibly winning out in the skin game so far. I haven't actually paid attention. Mook out, yeah, okay, it's going to be very difficult for GAM to come back from the skin game.
Toxic.
Evie might be under a bit of pressure. GAM, they should be able to pretty well secure this, although this has gone a little bit wide.
What is
Evie with the flash. Evie, what a play, Levi. 1 HP, the bowling ball goes wide, and I mean, really well played by Evie. Creating the gap there with that little box he puts down. The flash away, Levi not able to leap into the box. In fact, lands the E as well there onto Levi, stopping the recall.
That entire tower dive was like, well, I suppose we're here. We might as well.
Yeah. I think Kiai was waiting for Evie to get low so we could go in with the execute, because Jace melee E is an execute. And he was also very low, so he couldn't ever tank the tower. And Levi spent a long time trying to get aggro of the tower. Never auto-attacked. He was looking for an ability to start it off. But Evie just spacing really well, using the tools he had access to deny it.
I mean, with the changes to the lane swap, there still has to be one of the earliest lane swaps I think we've seen coming out towards the end of Playday 3. Already, GAM immediately pivoted their bot lane duo up to the top side. And it has been matched exactly by SHG. But Evie has that cloth armor. He's going to be a little bit tanky, a little bit harder for Kiai to just chip through. But clearly both teams putting a lot of priority on the grubs.
Nice E. I actually think it's E. I don't know. Oh, looks like action here. Nice flash from Marble. A flash in response from Artemis. Stun here now landing onto Elio, who will have a flash of his own, but not likely to require it. Massive damage, however. And the SHG bot lane getting the better of their counterparts for the time being in terms of at least that health trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what you want in terms of enabling one of those big objectives. So, I mean, realistically, grubs are still about 20 seconds away, so GAM conceivably can quickly back to base and get themselves up to the lane to contest. It's not the end of the world for them, but definitely a lot in terms of confidence for both Marble and Gang.
Just chasing them down.
There is, again, Yorick is one of those, much like the games we saw from TLN, as a champion, he is very much a critical mass champion. He gets to that point where it's, well, actually, you've had a good time until now. That's over. The fun stopped. It's time to be a real champion. And, well, Levi, he's looking for it here.
Yeah, will be able to get himself that first grub. Now, Gang under a lot of pressure. The Weaver's Wall coming in, but the ultimate available there for this Silas is so scary. Fate not where he wants to be. He's slowed up, knocked back, and just like that, SHG are the first to fall, rather. 2-0 now in favor of GAM. Fighting the Silas, who has access to the Alistair ult, while Alistair doesn't, is never a winning combo.
And then off the back of that, Levi should be able to take all 3 grubs here. So GAM getting a huge boon off of a great read. RS in the perfect position to make a collapse happen there.
Bad guy Levi forces Elio's back to be cancelled.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at it. RS was there ready to go, like waiting for this opportunity. Comes in, Levi gets the steal, the flash, engage onto Gang, and then suddenly RS there over the wall. Fate is just not healthy enough to be sitting here in the middle of everything going on. Courage just completely ignored, knowing full well that Fate is a more important target going into the later stages of the game.
Absolutely, and Marble unfortunately left wanting, realizing without the flash he can never really get up in the face of those three massive, I guess, tanky because of the Alistair ult dealers of GAM, and has to just walk back. And that was the trade that happened top that really, you know, the ripple effect led to that, because Elio in that trade kept his flash while both Marble and Gang lost it. I mean, he was able to find that really quick engage straight on to Gang there and took him down really quickly. Fate as well, who Weaver's walled in, fell very quickly after.
Yeah, I'm in a very rough spot to just throw yourself into the thick of, especially when the fight is already going GAM's way. It's a bit rough, but not far from the end of the world. And, okay.
Well, down goes Artemis. Not sure what happened there. Elio now the target, but with the crash down, makes his way out. Well played by the SHG bot lane. Be interested to see what actually occurred.
Misfortune, no flash, easy kill. Like,
yeah, but Gang didn't use his flash either, so I guess Chain of Corruption just connected.
Yeah, just 6 timing, getting Gang into position, had the ignite as well. It was just the lack of summoners on GAM not respecting this SHG bot lane. And you look at it, yeah. I mean, Artemis is not 5, Marble is 6, so they definitely have the level disparity. No, okay, oh. Gang combos a minion headbutt into a pulverize under Artemis.
What a play. Really, really well played by Gang there to find that. Sets up a really successful kill. Kaya, oh, he drops the spade on him, and Evie picks himself up the solo bolo. And maybe it's Evie that's going to show me the reason this Yorick champ is so high in priority.
I think that's the 4th top lane solo kill so far, going into what is still day 1 of week 2.
Yeah, it's an unforgiving lane, that one.
It really is. And I mean, it's not something we saw a heck of a lot of in Split 1. It just
lane
wasn't, a natural occurrence, and just being chased down the cage as well. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, Evie might just be going down here. Kaya with the teleport back. A lot of damage in return from Courage, but it's not enough, as that's going to be the feat of warfare. Secured, Levi picks himself up another kill, or at least his first, but the 3rd for GAM.
Ooh.
Oh my lord, that was a lot of damage. Gets the double up and whatever RLQ's called, I've forgotten. Oh, nice headbutt. Kind of mechanics maxing these 2 bot laners. Or 4, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see. Again, we've talked about it, especially last weekend. The level of competition has clearly stepped up, and we're seeing that trend continue. Just these little intricacies that we didn't really get to see a heck of a lot of in Split 1, now coming to the forefront in Split 2. And yeah, unfortunate for Evie, gets a massive solo kill, commits a lot to make it happen, but now he's in a position where he just bullies Kiaya.
Yeah, puts him in a box. Courage is here. Kiaya, no teleport, no flash, no damn hope. Or does he? No, the flash and answer, but does Evie go down? He gets the heal back. The shovel siphoning the life from that minion, keeping him nice and healthy. And that's a 2nd death now for Kiaya. SHG, they're coming in with a vengeance. They are behind, but very quickly, they're finding answers on every side of the map. Levi finds a play and it's answered back. Evie quickly becoming that strong point of the map now for SHG.
Oh boy.
Nice chain, but the seismic shove available and the stun that comes from the scattered earth is Fate's going to stay relatively okay.
Fate isn't going the Rod of Ages build, which you've already seen once this split on the Talia. And that might put him in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, he's going Seraph, so he'll still have the tankiness.
I mean, that's
that
what we've been seeing, though.
provides.
Seraphs and Rod of Ages on a couple of different champions. I think
Let's just Rise.
I definitely think we definitely saw it last weekend, not on a Rise, but
I don't remember. But in any case, I think the Talia just gets a lot out of the Black Fire Torch. You can apply it so well, so the additional percentage AP that you get really does well. We'll see if he even goes for that, to be fair, as exchange of objectives come through. SHG want the Dragon, they will secure it. On the other side of things, it's Levi and GAM who are able to pick themselves up a Void Grub.
Okay.
That's Ignite used. They're looking now aggressively onto Courage, but Courage is doing a great job of navigating this. Elio getting very low, the bullet time's there. Ares with the ultimate as Courage ducks over that wall. Ares will follow him. He goes invulnerable, he's trying to make a way out. The Eclipse Shield, my god, he's bought some time. Now, down will go that Alistair ult. Ares does no longer have those resistances, but the bullet time is there. Marble one more auto attack, but cannot get it. And Levi, the captain, marches down this Varus. He's trying to get away, but you will not be able to, son, as GAM take the fight.
Elio has just the balls of steel. I mean, sorry, there's no two ways about it. He is man-fighting into an Neferi and any other situation that does not go his way, but he knows full well that his mid laner is rapidly on his heels. I've seen that in solo queue plenty, but there's no one coming to assist. He just sits there, sticks on the face of Courage. You can see RS beelining up to him, knows full well that if he can just waste a little bit of extra time, Courage is a really easy kill threat here. RS comes over, gangs in the wrong place at the wrong time, gives RS the perfect ult in this situation. You've then got Artemis, Levi, and Elio just drawing attention away, gives RS that time to finish things off, and then of course it's Levi and Lilia who's pretty much happy to just dance in and out of this team fight, continuing chugging away, and then Artemis wraps all the way around for a phenomenal bullet time, and poor Marvel has no support remaining, tries to cleanse out, but the make it rain slow is enough for Leela to get back in, and Levi, I mean, look, GAM are just making opportunities here.
Yeah, very well played by them here, at least in game one. Still far from over. It does give a reasonable amount of gold over. It's 2k in favor of GAM, but we've seen worse situations for teams that have been able to come back. And again, you know, this Yorick seemingly just eliminates one champion from the game and controls the pace. He's able to decide when that becomes a 5v5, so we'll see if Eevee's able to use the strength that he's found to benefit his team. Unfortunately, the Maiden has taken Ghost Cleanse for a moment there, but does turn away.
I mean, Silas 3-0, Lilia 3-0. We've seen Lilias in this position before, and they absolutely run away with the game more often than not from this point on. There's not a huge frontliner for SHG that is going to make Levi's job that much harder. The best you're getting is Gang and Yorick and Eevee, rather. Yeah, Elio is just looking for opportunities.
He is. He's hunting. Oh, Kaya jumps in aggressively. He does have flash available. He's going to have to use it. The box is there, though, and he's trapped up. Does make it out, but he's going down once again. Elio makes it there. Has he bought enough time? Oh, my God. He gets it. The dogs aren't going to get it. The bullet time will leave Courage on the most minute amount of health, but Eevee's kind of running through them. Here comes the ultimate out of Talia, but it's actually the Silas coming through. Eevee's 1v2, but now the Jace is also hitting him. He's still marching forward. He's still looking for something. Artemis will surely pick this up eventually, and Eevee loses the flash. And this is just the 1-for-0, but psychopathic team fights happening everywhere around the map at every given moment.
You got to feel for Courage. The poor bloke, he thinks he's trying to do something, and then RS comes screaming towards him, looking to finish him off. So has had a bit of a rough gig of it at the moment. And Kiai is just well overextended here. The fact that he gets away is just mind-blowing to me. Jumps out, he's on such little HP. Elio, massive clutch stun there, allows him to get gap. Courage flashes in.
And then the
Magnet Storm bullet time from there. It then quickly turns into a desperation play. Yes, Eevee is big. Oh boy.
Oh, got him. This time actually a really important kill onto the 3-in-1 Silas. It's a shutdown that goes over. So coming back to live and immediately action once again on the Rift. This time goes in favor of SHG, and they look to take the hero on the back end of it and should, I imagine, be able to pick it up. We'll see if Levi, Artemis, and Elio have anything to say about it. And you know, knowing these VCS teams, there's almost certainly a fight in here somewhere. Bowling ball connects. Courage can just jump over that wall if there were to be a lusting lullaby. But at least for the time being, it seems like we will just be giving this Rift hero to SHG, especially with that teleport coming in from Faye.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, RS just overstayed his welcome there. Gets run down from a flank from the topside river and gets shut down. Big gold going on to Courage. He's finished his Eclipse. He's well on his way to his Shojins. But Eevee, yeah, look, despite a bit of an overcommit there into the blue side GAM jungle, is still a real problem. And it's crazy to me that GAM still maintain that gold lead in every single lane.
They certainly do. It's not the most insurmountable gold lead. Ultimately, certainly, you know, one single play can shift this entirely on its head. Dragon is live. Both teams on this side of the map, Fate being the big exception. And he doesn't have teleport, so Ares as well, so I guess it's a 4v4 at worst. Both have access, of course, to the Weaver's Wall.
That is, yeah, it's crazy that that is the fastest avenue back towards the action in the mid lane for both these champions.
Yeah, Dragon now down to 3k HP. Courage pulling the trigger, does get stunned up. Levi having to dance around the flash forward. Elio, it has dodged out for him for the most part. Chain of Corruption lands, and it lands onto the Lilia. Flash away from Levi, but he's just going to go down. Weaver's Wall coming through. Who is coming? It looks like it was the Talia, but choosing not to take it. Flash forward. Ares gets himself one. He still hasn't taken the ultimate. He's getting low. He's taken down. It's a 3v3. Courage dashing away, dodging out of some more damage. It's Fate, Courage, and Marble with it all to do up against Elio, Artemis, and Kiaya.
A 2-for-2 that easily goes the way of SHG, taking down the jungler in mid for GAM. There's a lot of gold on those two champions, losing Evie and Gang in return. That's perfectly fine. Evie's going to still persist going into the rest of the game, and it looked like it was a perfect opportunity for SHG to take some priority in this game. They get an opening, but then the turnaround. The fact that Marble flashed out and still landed the chain of corruption there makes this entire situation for SHG.
Bullet time was massive as well out of Artemis. Ares gonna have to flash that Weaver's Wall, does get himself in there, but unfortunately Talia just so good against the Silas, creates that zone control, lands the seismic shove, and importantly, they are able to take those kills. Now, Dragon's still up and available, taking stock of the map. There is no Weaver's Wall available here for the Talia, which means also Silas will not have access to it either.
Oh, yeah, they just have to concede mid. There's no way that they can hold this. Bullet time not being up means that they can't conceivably clear out the minion waves in any sort of meaningful fashion. Gang is going to try and take the Herald. He does.
Gets it out. 78 HP. Where's he going? Forklift license check.
He's going to the Dragon. Just wanted to cut it off at the pass. Kiaya is going to take the tower, which, crazily enough, gets GAM. The Noxian blessing there. Actually, no, sorry, they took them in.
Yeah.
No, okay, so it will be
It's
down.
still not
It'll be down
yeah.
to the Monster Slayer, which SHG are about to take.
Yeah, so SHG do secure themselves the Noxian blessings. Again, pretty inconsequential, really. It's never ever the be all end all.
It's more of a placebo than anything.
Look,
we got it.
It very much is. It very much is. You get like 5 movement speed at this point.
Which, to be fair, placebo can be a pretty massive thing in the matchup like this. Just give you that little bit of mental boost to get your leg up and over that hurdle that is your opponent. Evie down on the bot side. Okay, yeah, he should be fine for the moment.
He's so accurate. He's so good at landing that E. Even against Silas, who has 8,000 dashes. Ares now with that fully stacked Rod of Ages is now the highest in level across the rift.
It should be a bit of a lull, honestly. I mean, Atakan's up. No one's taking that just off the rip. It's going to require a team fight, and the next big objective not happening for the next 4 minutes at least, unless someone steps out too far.
Yeah, Gang really far out, but does manage to get himself away, and ultimately, somehow, the supports both lose the same amount of HP.
Yeah, I mean, it should just be a farming stalemate for the next wee while. I mean, I'm not anticipating. To be fair, both teams have made that error where they just overextend and get collapsed upon. So it's not impossible that something occurs in the next wee while. But you look at it, GAM, all 6 scrubs have a huge amount of tower threat if they find those openings around the rift. Jace and Misfortune pretty good at taking towers. But, oh, look, the Maidens battling down on the bot side, 2 of them.
Oh, my goodness. Arkan started. Actually, genuinely looking at it, Arkan, but Courage is here, so Levi will have to get off that. It's not an objective that you can just take in the face of the enemy. Often leads to a game loss, really, when that happens.
Yeah, it's a bold call. Just starting that up dry. Usually it requires at least 2, if not 3 kills for a team to at least, that are just an insane lead at this point in the game for teams to feel that confident that they can take it unfettered. But down on the bot side, I mean, Iris is there, does have the teleport, can just keep shoving out these side waves, is going to force to be matched. Unfortunately for him, it's Evie, who, again, probably one of the best side laners in the game at the moment. So realistically, it is just going to be a bit of a stalemate.
Damaged out. Evie leads the charge. I think Arja, no, he didn't get the most damage, did he? He was just very high up in our first game of the day.
Yeah.
I believe it was Fofo or
no, it was definitely Fofo. Because I mean, he was just doing so much around the rift.
In any case, top tower now being looked at by SHG. Their response to the taking of their bot tower, but Artemis, Kaya and Elio are here to respond, so at least for this wave it'll stay up and available.
I mean, Shojin's and the standard tier item for Kiaya, he still has a lot of HP, even for a Jace.
Yeah.
He must have got an insane number of grass procs off this game.
Yeah, he will, and I think more than the grass procs as well, it's the overgrowth in that rune tree, just amplifying your max health. Obviously, Ruby Crystal was involved in the build for Spirit Shojin, and then the grass procs on top of that.
To be fair, he was, again, Evie was constantly at pretty low HP, so I think more than is standard at the very least for Kiaya in this game. But Evie, speaking of the man, the monster, the menace on the rift, heading down to that bot side to keep threatening that tier 1.
Courage here as well, but they're not going to find anything. Kaya paying his respects to the fact that he's on the weak side of the map. Blue Trinket goes down, will be immediately cleared out by Arez. Courage though, he's cooking. Not sure if we want this guy in the kitchen.
Yeah, last time they duked it out, he died because Arez then came and got involved.
We'll duck away. And the longest lull period we've had in this game so far.
Yeah, I think both.
Not
teams,
in the night though. That's
both teams realizing that they can't be affording to make those mistakes and stepping out of position. I mean, 20 seconds away from the Cloud, which is where we expected things to sort of ramp up again.
Yeah.
And given that it is a Cloud Soul, it does speak to potentially being a bit hectic if that Soul is picked up. Arison from the wings, that tower being up means that he can't fully commit to that. But he's got exactly what he wanted from that situation.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost impossible to avoid, really. Eventually he will get it, as long as he doesn't get overzealous, really, with the selecting of his ults. He goes in, he's going aggressive, Fate going to be locked down. In comes that Alistar roll here for Arez. Is going to be able to tank up quite a lot of damage, but kiting away now, and the Dragon does reset, so now he doesn't have that Alistar roll. All of a sudden, this fight is a whole lot more playable for SHG, and they also have priority over this mid wave. They're looking to try and march it down. No Dragon being taken so far, and priority given because of the massive mid-wave push, and because of the usage of that Alistar ult. So all of a sudden, it's SHG with priority over this river, and it's up to GAM to find their way in.
Problem being is that ult is not far off coming off cooldown for Arez, so he could potentially pick himself something else up. On top of the fact that a Magnet Storm Bullet Time combo completely chews through SHG.
Yeah, and the poke from Kiaya's landing, gang getting very, very low. Dragon start up here for SHG. It's Courage and the Dogs taking that one down for the time being. Once again, mid lane at priority, afforded to Evie. This is going to be minions going down. Artemis late to the fight. Even if you find the combo, the misfortune's not going to be there. Evie's trying to keep him off, but Levi and Courage are going to duke it out. It's going to come down to a smite fight, potentially. Keep eyes on Elio, keep eyes on Levi. Those are the big fight starters. Very low now is this Dragon, but SHG are peeling off. They're looking for the fight. They find the stun. Elio flashed away. The bullet time's great, but now it stops hitting people. On the other side of the fight, it's going to be Fate. Arez, they're trying to duke it out. Arez will pick himself up one. Gang goes down. 4v5. Fate takes a massive chunk of damage, and in comes the Weaver's Wall. Arez finds the timing. He finds his way in. He lands the chains. Down goes the Dragon, and down goes SHG.
My God, I knew exactly what was coming there as soon as the Weaver's Wall was stolen by Arez. I mean, the fact that SHG dragged it out long enough for Arez to get his ult back off cooldown, really, they just shot themselves in the foot there. And Courage just running from Kiaya, who now finds the opportunity to release some pent-up rage after being the punching bag for Evie for the longest time this game. And they turn their attention to the Baron. GAM waited, bided their time, knew that they had points of strength on the Rift, and when they looked to exercise them, boy, did they.
Absolutely, and the reward here will be that purple worm. And they'll get to have their resets off. They have a long time now, 3 minutes, to try and push down and break open the base of SHG. They get the Dragon, and SHG, they choose to look for the fight. They really all in on it. Chain of Corruptions, unfortunately, does go wide there. And the bullet time splits up the fight. Nothing really you can do about these three as it's only Gang
Well, it's the
and
fact
Fate.
that 60% of this SHG roster was completely engrossed in trying to take down a support rail. And by the time they realized that, hold on, we've overcommitted, the bullet time is completely cutting us off. Aris has the Weaver's Wall in pocket. He's found the flank, cuts them off in that last avenue of retreat, and the gold lead nosedives off a cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's GAM well and truly ahead now. They have the Baron. They're going to be able to secure themselves that red buff. Nice try from Marble to try and sneak that one away, but SHG backs now up against the wall. Only one wave pushing for the time being as Kaya makes his way towards that middle lane. So this at least will get cleared out. That buys them another couple 10, 20 seconds until the next one does approach. Oh.
Evie has been given a lot of time down the spot side. He's going to take that tier 1. He's going to look to turn his attention towards the tier 2. Weaver's Wall is going to be dropped.
Yeah, they're looking aggressively on him. He doesn't have support. Elio is able to get out. There's a tower now taken. Recall's coming through. They're trying to stop Evie. Evie's going to be able to get himself this tower almost certainly, though. The hull breaker there means this is just getting melted. And Kaya coming back to answer, but SHG playing the map well, finding their way through. Yes, they give over a couple of towers, but at least they're answered back by 2 of their own.
I mean, you look at it, Artemis dies very early on. He's now sitting pretty 2-1 and 4. And the team, GAM, rallying around and starting up this ruinous Arcana. There isn't really much counterplay, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But Evie's still pushing down on the spot side.
I mean, this is kind of a really good situation, ultimately, for SHG. You don't care that much about the Arcana. It is not the objective that's going to immediately lose you the game. So give it over. This is spending a lot more of this Baron time. It's giving SHG much more time to get gold. Evie is having a blast down here in this bot lane. I think maybe GAM taking their foot off the pedal a little bit too early and affording SHG yet another life.
Yeah. If not for the fact that Evie's pushing that lane, suddenly the map state looks a lot worse. Yes, there's only one tier 2 remaining outside of the base for SHG, and it is that bot side. But you lose all those towers, which conceivably, if the lane state hadn't been babysat by Evie the entire time that Baron push was happening, suddenly you just struggle to find vision, you struggle to find priority. They get themselves a turret back up on the top side at least, and they're just going to keep this game going. Evie can still play these side lanes once that Baron runs out.
Yeah, Baron running out 2 seconds. They're not going to have it. They're not going to be able to get this tower unless they do look for a fight. Elio jumping out will narrowly avoid being in the center there of the cage. As Evie continues to find damage here, but I think for all intents and purposes, this siege no longer should exist. The wave clear should be there between the Neferi and the Varus. Although GAM aren't so sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for it. Kiaya as well, his transition up to the top side has shoved that wave right up towards the tier 3. He's going to back himself off. Realistically, they can't find much of a threat onto any of those towers at the moment without Baron buff. But we are going into Drake number 4. No one in position to take Soul, but again, Cloud for GAM is going to do a lot regardless because Levi just thrives with extra move speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, because of the Baron,
oh no,
there's no real way for SHG to get in there. As I say, that gang taking a bit of damage, but ultimately, it's a big ask to fully commit onto the Alistair. So I think wisely GAM choose not to spend all this momentum as Ares won't connect. Ares a little bit out of position here. We'll be able to find the good old, the Alistair ultimate does find it here as Levi's going to be taken out. The teleport coming through, there's Eva coming through. Nice bullet time, finds one. That's Fate going down. Has to go away though as Evie comes in. A lot of damage. Courage trying to find Elio. Will be able to do it. It's a double kill though, just before he's taken out. And look at Ares menacing through these team fights. Marvel cannot find any room to move. And it's GAM who take the fight so far. 2-3, but Marble and Courage still up, still looking for damage. Is there a way that this inhib is taken out? Marble dipping, diving, dodging. Artemis getting taken low. The GA exists and the Bloodthirster to boot. And so it looks like inhib number 1, the bottom inhib, going down now in favor of GAM.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like everything was coming together for SHG, but there's just so much damage output. Having those Zhonyas in pocket means that GAM are alive for so long to draw that attention, and Artemis as well, having the GA. There is just no ideal target. Yes, they lock up the Lilia, but you look, knocked back, goes golden by so much time. Arias comes in, takes so much attention away. The dive from Elio, they find a pick onto Fate. Arias now commits back under the tower, knocked back again, goes golden. So every target that right now SHG want to be fighting into has some way to avoid death while in the tower dive, and it means that they have so much more priority by the time the tower goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think in that fight, Marble playing way too much respect to Kiaya pretty much removed himself entirely from that fight, and so while you found an amazing pick onto Levi, sort of the pick of the game, one that could have turned the game, Marble not able to put out any damage means that it was essentially just a 4v4. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to take the win. They do lose themselves that inhibitor. They lose the second dragon over to GAM, so it's tied up in terms of those dragon scores, but game far from over. You see there, signs of life. 3 items now here for Evie. He picks himself up that Spear Shojin. Going to be even more menacing in those side lanes if given the time.
He's had the Shojin for a while. It's the Hull Breaker, I think.
He's second item, the Hull Breaker.
Okay.
Elio finds his way in here. It's onto Marble, and Marble just taken out just like that. A nice amount of knockups, but look at Levi. Levi's in the back, and Levi is assassinating. That's going to be the team fight win, and with it, the game should follow. Only Evie left against 5 members of GAM. To me, means game 1 goes in favor of the VCS representatives as they take the lead in the series.
Yeah, they're just going to head down to that open lane. Elio spamming the emotes, as they will likely just walk this straight to the fountain, close out the game. Evie just trying to play spoiler where he can. That Shojin, Hullbreaker, Triforce combo is only going to do so much. Aris can just play spoiler, get in the mix of it. Evie can do naught as the team just marches on and ends. GAM, again, a team that is the peak of peaks when they're on form, and the consistency favors them this time around. And SHG didn't play a bad game, honestly. It just came to a couple of key moments where GAM absolutely blew the game wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one key takeaway I have from this is, as you said, SHG did not play poorly. And a lot of these fights were won very narrowly by GAM, and those narrow wins led to towers, minions, objectives. And I think a real hurtful point here in terms of how the fights were played and sort of the effectiveness of each champion was almost every fight that was narrowly lost, Marble was not able to do anything. He was like, either the fight had pretty much been lost by the time he got there, or I think sometimes he's playing a little bit too reserved. The bot lane dive, for example, I think he could have stood up, and I don't think Kiaya ultimately could have, in the midst of his entire team, eliminated him, but walking very far back, not able to provide the damage that he really needed, and I think they did really miss that. So going forward, I really hope to see Marble on something that can play with some aggression, can really walk forward and threaten people, because I feel like this game could have been a lot different if he had the ability to do so.
I mean, the other thing is, and while this isn't a disparaging statement about Fate, it definitely felt like there was a case of mid-diff going on. It wasn't that Fate wasn't a factor in this game at all. It was just that Ares was doing so much more around the Rift. He was constantly there. He was so much harder to kill. He was making these big plays for GAM that really set them on a trajectory to victory, because you also had Levi playing in the pocket consistently there alongside him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I said, I think, again, Fate is sort of the player that wants to play around his team, and his counterpart in this game, Ares, you see from the champions he plays, right? He plays the Sylas. He also really likes the Akali. He likes to be that X factor. What I talked about before this series started, and I don't want to say that Fate played poorly, because I think there was some really crucial moments that he had, some massive shoves, some great catches, but unfortunately, it's just the fact that Ares is getting so much gold, he's playing for himself, and Fate, a lot of the time, playing for the team. I mean, here, another fantastic moment for SoftBank. Gang finding a really, really intelligent headbutt onto a minion to follow up with that pulverize. This is just classic. Never ask a jungler their opinion on the Scuttle Crab, because they will sacrifice the entire game for it.
Yeah. And again, it's Ares. Like you said, it wasn't that Fate wasn't there. It was just Ares was just doing so much more proactively around the map to force the issue. And he was a real menace. He did so much to completely remove Courage from so many different fights. He was such a threat. He stole so many massive ults. And I mean, we see it a little bit later on. He steals the Alistar ult, uses it. Then they wait long enough that the cooldown comes off that he can steal the Weaver's Wall. And Levi playing in the back pocket was also just as relevant as RS around the map and making those plays. And it's rough for SHG for sure. And you look at it, I think this was probably one of the biggest missteps for SHG is... Actually, no, so I'm thinking of a different fight down in that brush where Elio gets caught. But to be fair, yeah, look, Marble could have done a lot more. That much is true.
Yeah. I mean, bullet times this game were really on point from Artemis too. Very rarely do you have a game where you look at
this is the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
They just commit so much onto Elio while the big priority targets are up on this top side. RS is given free reign. They finish off Gang, who's meant to be playing spoiler, and from there they get the lofting lullaby onto Fate. The Weaver's Wall is stolen. RS completely cuts off their route out of this fight. And from there, Evi's forced to burn Flash. Doesn't matter anyway, because he still gets caught over that wall as it expires. So, yeah, things just proceeding from bad to worse from that point on. And here, just the fact that Levi has the Zhonyas, can go gold and waste so much time. RS
Honestly,
the same.
Marble, I feel like he can just stand up. The Silas ults run out. You have... he goes golden, I guess.
Yeah,
he's scared,
again, scared of Kiaya.
I think maybe he's right to not move forward. RS probably just one-shots him immediately after coming out of being golden. But, yeah, I mean, GAM just playing very, very well here. It was a pretty even match for the most part, but just bit by bit, every fight, GAM were winning just slightly, you know, one extra member or one more crucial member living. And I mean that SHG were not quite able to get that one across the line, but that's game number 1 done and dusted. Once we're back, we'll see if SHG can fight back.
“我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。”
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャリコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。 这一次我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある
Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
It was a back and forward battle in many regards in our first game here of our series between SHG and GAM, but it was GAM who got it across the line and looked good doing so. So now it is up to SHG to take game number 2, take us to game number 3, and really prove that they have developed from, split 1 into our now mid-season.
Coming off the back of the now longest game here in Split 2, which, to be fair, was only by a minute and a half. compared to the games that we had in week 1. It was still only like a 34-minute game, so it wasn't a massively long. I think we 40, 44, 45. Split 1 was our longest. And it was that insane like 57 kill game or whatever it was. So coming into this, I think SHG can do well to reset. There's not a huge amount that's taken off the board with the fearless draft that they're going to be too concerned. Again, the Yorick still, I think, a little bit underwhelming in the grand scheme of where it fits into the top side, but I think, yeah, SHG still did a lot right coming into the second game. Nocturne Callista banned, Azir Vi, no surprises.
Yeah. Yeah, no surprises in the slightest. So, Rai is going to round out those bans. Arez was the original Rise player, playing it in our first split. And so, not going to be allowed to have that again. He looked phenomenal on it. Rumble taken away from Evie. What will be the first pick going through the brain? Oh, well, that's a pretty good start. Pretty good answer. Kaya, really good Aurora player, assuming it does go into that top lane. Obviously, still...
Which is crazy that we've seen Aurora top lane more than we've seen Aurora mid here.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2024. It was pretty much only a top lane at one point, especially at Worlds. The Grasp Aurora, Kaya was there. He was playing it. He was dominating on it. Corki picked for Artemis probably, but could also go to Ares. So far, not really a whole lot revealed around the GAM draft, as ultimately there are 2 mid flexes and an AD carry and top flex.
A lot still open. Misfortune, Varus being off the board, possibly leans towards something like an Ashe being picked up here, but I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount of it prior-wise. Sejuani coming through has been a little bit absent in Split 2. Obviously prioritizing a lot of those, you know, the Xin Zhaos, the Nefiris rising quite prominently. And I mean, you look at it last split, Skarner Nocturne with just the insta-bans the entire time. Vi now finding herself amongst it in the insta-bans.
Yeah. So, I would like to see Israel. Yone. Okay, so, I mean, we've just gone 2 really good pairings with the Sejuani. Also, a little bit of a gamble, I almost want to say, that Yone is thinking the Corki's mid, because the matchup that Yone, you know, he'll suffer early game, but come to his own, really, in those side lanes. And once he gets that Blade of the Ruin King online, it's a pretty big problem for the Corki to deal with, but still can be the Corki AD carry, in which case, a bit null and void.
Rakan. So again, GAM not really giving away a heck of a lot. Again, could still be Aurora top, could be Corki mid, Corki bot, could be Aurora mid. Probably leaning towards Aurora top side into the Gwen. Corki more than likely heading down to the bot lane from what we've seen at least recently. Does definitely struggle a little bit more in mid. GAM are going to take away the Nico, and to be fair, given what we saw out of Woody, I'm not totally surprised in terms of what it offers to the comp. Circles on circles, remember, Pot Blossom onto a Glacial Prison, that's a pretty terrifying combo.
Yeah, it's a lot of circles. Now, bans, it's hard. Do you target tops or AD carries? So they're going for AD carries. You see the Rakan, you can just pretty happily ban the Xayah, being that so far the 3 champions that are being shown so far for SHG are all not the greatest, to say the least, into Xayah. It's hard to find a good Xayah game, but if there ever was one, it's this one.
Yeah. What are you putting to use with the Rakan? Poppy going to be taken away, because you don't... Rakan in isolation is not terrible, but you kind of do want something in terms of at least the jungle that can allow him to go in and follow up with the grand entrance, sorry, the quickness, rather.
I didn't get to read that sign in time. It was about fate, though.
Yeah.
Now, last ban, do you target another AD carry? Yeah, okay, so take away the Kai'Sa. Not the greatest looking Kai'Sa game, in fairness, but it is a relatively safe AD carry. Of course, Israel, once again, still is up and available. If Artemis wants it, or Marble on the other side of things.
Yeah, Corki Israel Khan, I've been going into the mid to late game if they're just given room to build up those tier stacks, get those items online. That's a pretty concerning power spike for SHG. They do struggle a bit, and Sin as well.
He's left open. There you go. I mean, fairly obvious answer. Now, we're coming down to our 5th pick, and we still don't know much.
we haven't had anything confirmed for GAM's draft.
Yeah, just support in his jungle. We still don't know about top, mid, AD carry. We just know that 2 of those roles are filled with Aurora and Corki. We just don't know which ones yet.
Which
honestly isn't that big of a problem, because The side of SHG already had their solo laners secured. So now you just pick a strong bot lane and you're feeling okay. I would have liked to have seen Israel over the Jhin.
Israel, Ashe, still left in the pool. I think still do a lot in terms of what we've already got. Ashe has been a bit hit and miss, but even still, I mean, in fact, I think the most recent time I've seen Ashe was support Ashe with Kalista, with, I believe it was the LCK. So, yeah, Jhin Leona, all right lane, is going to give a lot of priority. Does offer a lot of team fight as well. More circles, funnily enough, for SHG. Maybe they are leaning into the circle theory just a little bit. Ari. So Aurora top, Corki bot lane, Ari mid lane.
Yeah.
There we go. Confirmation. The final piece falls and GAM have their draft.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't think any one lane is feeling that bad. Fate is going to struggle early on. I mean, I can only say this so many times. But, you know, range champ, melee champ, kind of sucks in the first couple of levels. You get your lifesteal, you get your items on, it's completely fine. And that is what I am preparing to see this game.
The problem I'm seeing, though, for GAM is if someone gets caught, and there is a lot of catch on SHG, they kind of just die. There is no massive survivability bar Levi and Alio, who obviously has that escape. Yes, there are ways to dash out, but if that lockdown is sort of just layered on top of each other, the front to back is a little bit concerning for GAM. They do struggle in that aspect, whereas SHG can just steamroll over them.
Yep.
So, yeah. I mean, we've seen similar drafts before where it is just sort of the complete and utter dissuasion.
Some Fate fans in the audience. He's a good-looking man. Let's hope he has some good-looking mechanics, because Yone, you certainly need them. There's a big difference, I think, between sort of just your average Yone and a really, really good one. See if Fate can be in the ladder. The team comps are just, I think, fairly evenly matched. I'm interested to see, however, this game, if there is still the priority over the Dragons, because ultimately it was SHG who got a 2 early Dragon lead, but weren't able to capitalize on it. And that was largely just because of fights that were happening somewhat needlessly, going in favor of GAM, and so they could never really capitalize on the early advantage they found in that regard.
Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that might be Mr. Steak. Because we've had confirmation from in the stadium, the guy is just an excellent hype man.
Yep. I mean, he keeps the hype going. I think he started with a GAM one, and now he's doing an SHG one. Oh, I love Mr. Steak. He messages me fairly regularly with his updated signs.
He is he just is not faced. He's 100% convinced that Chiefs are picking up at least one win this split.
Yep.
There is no inkling of doubt in his mind.
Yeah. And that's what they need.
Sometimes all it takes is a die-hard fan to give you that extra boost to get over the finish line. And, well, speaking of finish line,
that is a pretty good starting trade for Ares. Foxfire, Electrocute proc and all that. Dawn Shield and Second Wind and all that good stuff available for Yone, of course.
Double ranged into melee matchups. SHG. I mean, the lane phase is going to be a bit rough. It shouldn't be a complete wash by any stretch of the imagination, or, yeah, it's a bit rough.
This is generally why you don't like taking that Q3 as Yone early. If it does miss, it's extremely punishing. Now, of course, not all runes are created equal, and when you combine the immense amount of early game healing you get out of what Yones typically take, you kind of can get away with quite a few mistakes. Nice dodge.
But he is managing this lane pretty well. Same with Evie in this situation. He is going to be a little bit under the pump, and down the bot side, the pump continues.
Yeah, yeah. Aggression on all sides, but none that are necessarily deadly. Guardian doing a reasonable amount of work there to deny a pretty sizable chunk from Marble and his Jhin 4th shot.
I mean, this is, again, I think this is going to be very, very similar to every other game that we've had tonight, where it is going to appear... Oh, boy.
Hold up. Stun comes down. Gang getting low. Ignite used there onto Elio, and Marble going forward. Great trade in favor of SHG's bot lane.
I was going to say, it seemed like it was going to be a lot of posturing, but it seems that SHG are determined not to let that happen, as they want to take priority, at least in one lane if they can.
Yeah, look, for the time being, it is, you know, a slight health advantage in favor of the side of SHG, but summoners are... Oh, hold up, flash use from Artemis. I wonder what happened. There's Aris! Oh, gets away with murder.
But it does alleviate a huge amount of pressure onto Fate and will give him the opportunity to shove that wave in.
How miserable.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Hold up, Gang's ended up in the wrong neighborhood. Getting chased down. Oh my lord. Oh, another battle. Fate's coming to this one though. Levi getting very low, and they're not going to know that this Yone's right here. This is a really good fight if SHG are able to find it. Invisible does go Kaya. He is going to have to flash away as Fate shows himself. Going to be able to now recall, get back to his minion wave, and not really lose all that much. So a great find and great proactivity across the map for SHG.
It alleviates so much pressure, gives Eevee much the same treatment that Fate was able to experience, where it opens things up. The problem being that, I mean, it was a bit of a roam there for Fate, out of position, but he does back himself, teleports into lane, he should be fine for the moment. But you look at it, that is 2 of 5 summoners already burnt in the first 4.5 minutes.
Oh. Yep. Pretty well played. I actually wonder what caused Artemis to lose flash. I wonder if Leona E hit him and he flashed under his tower. Because I don't really know how else Gang ends up all the way under there. Oh, suffering again.
Difference being that Eevee has yet to back, so should be able to get back, pick himself up something, and then head back to lane and...
Hold up.
Hex Flash.
Yeah, Gang, I mean, probably just saving this wave, actually. Not bad.
Oh, the Raptors camp. Again.
Oh, but Courage gets it. Big. I think it's the first time today we've actually seen the Raptor not be stolen away.
A lot of damage out of the Electrocute mid laners at the moment. But again, yeah, narrowly avoided disaster for both sides of the Rift. GAM nearly lost RS very, very early on. And again, a couple of situations where Gang almost gets put under that tower to death. Elio should be fine for the moment. Just the mobility of a Rakan means that he's not that threatened.
Yeah. Gold essentially even. Slight leads here and there, but in fact it's Fate doing a really good job mid of keeping up in CS. Of course helped a lot by Courage, and however he found that first gank onto Arias.
The bailout. Oh, Gang is just using Hex Flash on repeat.
Yeah, look, sometimes you just got to flash to unlock Hex Flash, the true summoner.
Absolutely, and again, posturing around these big objectives, but at this point, sixes are starting to come online, so there's real threat for both sides.
Yeah, Fate's struggling to get there, though. He's still dealing with a minion wave. They go aggressive. They find their way to Marble. Marble flashes away, but the Grand Entrance connects. The Charm will do the exact same, and Marble limping away, won't be able to get out, is just trying to find the damage, and he will be able to do something, but Levi living on such a minute amount of health. It's going to be up to Fate to turn this one. The Fate sealed connects. He gets one back. Can he find another? Doesn't look like it. As the team fight will go in favor of GAM. They lead 3-1 and a fantastic find. Back-to-back CC layering onto Marble means there's no room for him to maneuver.
Yeah, no flash, unfortunately. Well, Hex Flash is an absolute monster of a summoner. You can't use it if you've been damaged. So, Gang just forced to eat it there. Bit of an overcommitment there for the Grubs, unfortunately. Just knowing full well that the setup they've got. Marble, again, much the same as Violet in our first series, taking the greedy route.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Obviously not level 6, so he can't reliably stand well out of the fray of things and look for damage that way, but certainly goes unreasonably close to Levi. Just gets jumped on pretty simply and taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say there was no reason for him to take that path, and Courage gets himself the red buff, finds 6, but Elio is there to assist.
Yeah, the flash from Elio gets the Grand Entrance, knocked up now is Courage. He might be able to find some way. There's no teammate really there. Maybe they're trying to turn this though, as No flash for Levi or Elio. Unfortunately, Zenith Blade will miss. Eevee coming though, needlework available. Goes immune, will be able to find one. Actually connects onto both. Gets the connect on the next one as well. Still has that third activation. Gang comes around the Between Worlds. Is great though, and Eevee very narrowly getting out of there. Kaya turning around the damage, but Marvel just does not give a damn. He's just standing there taking it still. GAM, they get away. They play phenomenally, and once again come out trumps.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the game, a Jhin without a finished item, yes, he's got 6, just does not offer enough in that situation. It's very rough for SHG. Look, I mean, you had the collapse onto 2 champions, you had the overmatch, they were almost at your base, essentially at your base, and there was just nothing they could do about it. Courage goes down, and there's no response, and that is rough.
Great charm from Ares means he's going to dodge out of a lot of potential damage that Fate was going to be able to find. Using the Faker skin too, I believe.
Hopefully, it's enough to help Fate over the line, get themselves a win, but...
Ares. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ares, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no,
here we go.
It's done. It's over.
Void Grub's time. We'll be able to get one. Okay, so I mean the Void Grubs just never finished off last time because Levi was taken out. Able to get one means that stacking won't happen. Still.
To be fair, in the state of the map as it is, I don't think it was much of a much as there for GAM. They're not too fussed, not getting the full set, and that progression towards the feat of monster slaying. Likely what gets them over the line for the Noxian Blessings will be a talent. And again, it's not going to cripple them that much if they do lose out on that either. You look at it, they're just winning so heavily at the moment in every single lane.
Don't I know this feeling? Ranged into melee top lane. It sucks. It's no fun whatsoever. Let me be experiencing that right now. I mean, as long as this game doesn't blow out of proportion, Will come to his own and eventually get to that point where Gwen doesn't care who she's against, but at least for the time being, we're not there yet. Lane swap coming through. It's going to be Fate coming down now to match the bot side. RS getting himself a plate. A lot of lane swaps considering it's only 10 minutes in.
That was a bit of a special at the DCS, so it's not totally surprising. They do like to play a bit of... Oh, okay, yeah, could have been threatened, but no. Unfortunately, Fate not able to get that sack on towards the queue, look for a knock-up.
Yeah, struggling so far have SoftBank, or SHG rather, at combining the Sejuani with the solo laners. It's kind of the concept of the composition, especially in the early stages, is you just brawl so well when you have 2 melees and a Sejuani because you stack up that permafrost nearly immediately. Yet to really find or take advantage of the ability to do so.
They did. Unfortunately, Fate then dashed back to his shadow and they couldn't finish the kill on Ares. But that's, that was the only time they've managed to pull it off, unfortunately. But I have to say, GAM doing their best impression of Summoner's Rift 3-card Monty, just keeping SHG on their toes, just moving the Queen. You never know where she's going to land. And that is making it that little bit harder for the JPL representatives. They're trying to stick this GAM team down, they can't.
Kaya now though. Oh, it's, oh my lord. One combo with the electrocute proc, half of Fate's HP.
That one lone Void Grub is just still there, chilling out at 12 minutes.
Yeah, interesting game, right? Usually everyone's down for a brawl to ensure they get as many Void Grubs as possible.
And still no Drake. It is going to be, again, started up here by Levi, and I think this is probably where it's going to go down, but
yeah,
12 minutes
very
for the first Drake. Still not the full set of Grubs taken either.
Yeah, I don't think that full set of Grubs is going to be taken. I mean, just both teams fairly unwilling to give over the tempo for what is one singular Grub.
I don't blame them, honestly.
Yeah,
they don't really struggle. I mean, to be fair, neither team has great tower push, but they also don't have the worst either.
Oh, 2 Rod of Ages.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Rod of Ages matter. We've seen it time and time again. It just makes too much sense to pick it up at the moment, given how strong it is.
Yeah, for sure. Getting healing from using mana and getting mana from taking damage is a crazy combination. Fate trying to dodge out of that Grand Entrance, won't be able to do so, and will pay for it with half his HP bar. We'll get the majority, if not all of those minions though, and so isn't the worst scenario to be in. Now, everything SoftBank try and do is just answer.
Yeah.
This time, once again, looking on Kiaya, who was weak-sided, and Levi's here.
Man, the GAM is reading this so brilliantly. I mean, the fact that Fate cannot sit under his tower, he's just been pushed so far back. RS, yeah, I mean, at this stage, he's using pretty much everything he can just to get these minions.
Nice sidestep on the charm, though. A bit of a, I guess, a confidence booster, you could say.
Fancy feet. But for all the lane swapping shenanigans, things really sort of evened out. Each lane is matching for the most part at the moment. Top side has just been a bit of an island. Nothing really happening for either of the top laners.
Give me your guess. How many Heartsteel stacks will Courage finish on? I'm going with something like 70.
Well, given that at the 21-minute mark for the Skana in our last series, there was 23. So I'm not holding out hope there's going to be a huge number of them. I mean, you're playing into Aurora, Ari, and Corki. So and Rakan as well. Of those 4 champions, you're barely going to get a stack onto them, and it is going to require all that CC layering to happen. Your best bet is Levi, and even then, if you're sitting on Levi, you're taking so much damage from the other 4. So yeah, I think realistically, Courage probably should have gone a different route in terms of itemization.
There's like 17 traps there.
Yeah.
Courage found. Oh, Solar Flare is great. It lands onto Artemis, but there's not really the follow-up there. The circles are coming through. Here comes the Curtain's Call. Not able to truly find their mark, though. Got one more. Fate trying to do damage to Artemis. Will Valkyrie away from that 4th shot. And 17 is the stat count right now.
If Fate is there a little bit earlier, that is just an SHG teamfight hands down. Ults upon ults, dropped on top of each other. They get so much damage out, but unfortunately, because Fate's not there to help capitalize on the opening that was provided, GAM are just healthy enough that they can walk it back. A lot of pings coming out from someone.
Artemis did lose his cleanse there. Aris as well. Expends the teleport to get back down to this bot lane, which Evie is coming to answer, but it will be the tower.
That grub is still there. At 15.5 minutes. No one has taken a full set of grubs.
Yeah, just not willing to give over the tempo. And especially for GAM, it's understandable because they've really just...
There you go, time's out. I think that's the first game we've had all year in the LCP where not even a single set of grubs has been taken.
Yeah. No, I'm almost 100% sure that's the case. Hey, trying to find the damage, but Kaya not going to get hit by that Q3. Arnold, however, he's just taking it to Artemis. Remember, no cleanse available for this Corki. Flashes there, though. Fate Sealed used. Levi does get hit up. The knock-up comes through, and Fate might just be able to find his kill. Maybe just able to find Levi. Will be able to do so in a great find, a great pick, and a great gold injection, much needed as well, into this mid laner, into Yone.
GAM's just been trying to instill some level of chaos in this game, constantly lane swapping, and SHG just say enough of that. We're not dealing with this anymore. They find Levi, take him down. Unfortunately, they're going to still lose a decent amount in that top tier 1. They can't then prioritize anything else. So SHG, look, they get their 1 kill. They get some gold, especially where it's needed onto Fate. And Evie, I suppose, given a bit of time to free up some of these minion waves. But unfortunately, they just can't take anything off the back of that 1 pick.
Yeah, and Dragon spawning now in 22 seconds means Fate Sealed is not going to be available. Levi as well, though. He won't have his ult either. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. RS, you absolute beast. What a play. Narrowly dodges the Solar Flare, holds the ult, and then charms the initiation. What a player. RS just, he's on one.
He really is. He's had an absolute stunner of a series so far. And he shows no signs of slowing down. Fate, again, still having a rough time of it. GAM will take the final tier 1 outer tower. The map is now wide open for them and a huge amount of priority given. The problem being is they have taken their time and potentially starting up this Drake. And there you go. Okay, so Levi is on it. The Fate is going to be up. Well, Fate is going to have the ult up back again.
Looking for Elio, but won't be able to find him. This should mean, though, that Rift Herald's going to get started up, maybe pulling the trigger a little bit too late, meaning Levi could be able to get here in time. Elio will once again use that grand entrance defensively. Grand exit, perhaps. Rift Herald getting taken down low. Ultimate's available. Artemis with the cleanse back up at his measure. Knockout won't connect. Will connect though, however, on the Sejuani ult. The Between Worlds is big, but the Fate Sealed is possibly bigger. The Smite Steel comes through, Courage gets it. It's one kill for Marvel. It's a Solar Flare. Evie tries to find Elio, won't be able to do so. He flashes away. Levi in the thick of things. Snip, snip, snip. And Fate flashes forward, looking for Artemis. A few more damage ticks, gets him low, and Evie claims his shutdown. SHG find their avenue back in.
Not only do they take the fight, but Fate, diving back, picks up the Herald's Eye, which was dangerously close to being in a position. If SHG came out worse off in that fight, there's a good chance they don't pick it up, but they do. Fate finds himself a massive reprieve, helping the team find some desperately needed kills. Marvel dances around that fight phenomenally, a far cry different, and you look at it, the catch on Levi in the backside means he can do nothing. The quickness is just all so disjointed for GAM, and with Courage jumping back in, confirms the Rift Herald, they drop Kiaya, and it just goes from bad to worse. And I mean, RS, brilliant play in on the backside. They were so hungry to get Marvel, but you look, the team collapses back in, he's allowed to actually remain up and alive. And Artemis, he's just been hounded, chased down, everything's already blown, and Evie as well gets himself a little bit of that purse.
Yeah, absolutely, and what started off pretty disastrously for these two melee solo laners here for SHG. Now they find themselves in a commanding position.
They're still 2k goal behind, but still.
Yeah, but I mean, so far now your Yone's well and truly back into this game. Your Gwen is back into this game, and those are your two heavy hitters. You're not looking at the Jhin to carry. You're looking at this Yone, you're looking at this Gwen, and so far putting themselves in a position to do so. Ares might be being forced to use his ult, will have to, flash as well. Evie dipping, diving, dodging, gonna get locked down! The tower shot, and Ares will not be stopped! 3, 0, and 1, and still hunting more.
Just when you think SHG have given them, okay, doesn't quite connect there on the Courage. Just when you think SHG's given themselves their route back into it, they get a little bit overkeen, a little bit overconfident, and poor Evie takes himself out of the equation. His first death on the Gwen gives over more gold to Iris. Rift Herald's going to be dropped on the top side. Fate takes the tier 1 out. He's then going to Tokyo drift it into the river.
Will he get it into the mid tower? Forklift license check. He's gonna. It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. Oh my lord. Oh,
yeah, okay, smart call. Even if it had the steam, you're running straight into Levi and Artemis. Artemis has got his Triforce. He's going to be hitting hard. Yeah, I mean, you're already half HP. Yes, you do have Courage down and assisting, but this is a flashed up, ultimate up Ari.
What a charm.
I mean, that was just a bold call, even without the charm connecting.
Yeah, I think the Omnivamp that Gwen has keeps him alive, but Ares landing that charm, importantly, means there's no real way for Evie to keep himself up. Does lose his flash in the process, as did Ares, but the kill going over. 3-0-1 now on this Ari, and quickly making his way to a third item. Well, you can see there, Fate still on the one. Does back and picks himself up that shield bow, so now matching in terms of those two items, but a component still in favor of Ares.
37 stacks on the Heartsteel as well. So, I mean, look, he's getting numbers, Courage.
Yeah, those are some big numbers.
Not big numbers, but numbers.
That's just subjective, isn't it? If you had a, is it called hubris? If you had a hubris with 37 stacks.
The numbers are just subjective. If you've only got 10, then yeah, 30's a big number. If you've got 50, it's not so big.
Also depends on the item. If you had a Magi's with 37 stacks, that would be crazy.
Yeah, you're cheating. Check him, computer.
Okay. Focus around this Arakan. Will go down pretty rapidly, being that they have a Yone, but I mean, there's a big circle sitting right there.
Yeah, they would have been seen, and Kai's going to be there.
I mean, we just got a team fight brewing. Teleport available for both Ares and Evie to get here quickly.
They haven't checked Kia's brush.
Teleport coming through. It is spotted. They know this is happening. Oh, nice little CC combo. Ares going to get himself out. Elio, Is it going to stay awake as well? But unfortunately, Gang does go down. Evie, though, causing havoc. And Fate Sealed lands. But the grand entrance, oh my god, it's falling apart. Evie's going to go down. And once again, the Demon of the Rift, the Artican, makes it close game. Not that no more. As GAM are quickly running away with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have stuck around there nearly as long as you did, Marvel. If Iris decided that he wanted to, he's probably going to take you down as well. Levi, they split. It's a 4-1. Artican and Drake going to be taken for their troubles. And they did not respect the tri-brush. They did not respect the vision game. Kaya sat there the entire time, was like, yeah, guys, look, as soon as you need me, let's just go. Teams are just not respecting the death threat of an Artican take.
This, yeah, too often, really, in the LCP do we see a team try Artican and lose because of it. It is far too often that this happens. But take a look again. I mean, Gang, you know, he sees the teleport coming through. This is what they were playing for. But it's an Ari. He gets off. There's no follow-up. It's 2 tanks versus 5 members of GAM. And before the fight even really starts, Gang's down. They look for Levi. He flashes away. Yes, Fate gets back onto him. But they still have the quickness. They still have the grand entrance. And it's a really easy job for Alio to then peel and make sure that his jungler stays alive, is able to go get the dragon. They follow up here. They're able to take down Courage at the back end. And now everything is going the way of GAM to comeback quickness. And again, it's just another disasterly fight. Fate, no! Finds the Fate Sealed! Oh no! The Flash Q3 misses! And with that, unfortunately, it all comes toppling down again. Fate almost had it. He saw it. He had the vision, but unfortunately just misses on the back end.
It was just the cusp of brilliance there for SHG. Unfortunately, the Jhin just feels like it hasn't offered nearly enough. Gang so deep, gets well caught out. He is a non-factor there. And Fate coming in from the backside. Almost gets stopped, but yeah. The fact if he hasn't dropped the Shadow there, that's a much better position for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the reason the Shadow's so low is, once again, Alio on this Rakan immediately jumps on him, knocks him up, charms him, and that spends about 30, 40, even 50% possibly of his Shadow time. And unfortunately, ults in, and immediately the timer runs out, snaps straight back, looks for the flash Q, and goes wide.
It also doesn't help that Ares is just not missing these charms at all.
Yeah, he's
just... it's going to be a crazy high percentage. I'm not going to go do the math because that's time that I could be spending doing anything else. Because math sucks. But yeah, like just every charm that he hits, we saw it even in the team fight before that one. Fate dives into the backline, immediately hit with a charm. Can't threaten anyone else there. They get the charm onto Courage and the fade away from that fight as well. So he's just doing so much to completely negate anything that SHG's doing.
Oh, it's fight time, Gang. He's locked up. He's locked up. He does get the solar flare off at the back end. And Elio might be going down. He's very low. Nice ult from Levi. Denies a lot of damage. But Fate arrives here. Evie not. He's recalling. He has teleport. Down goes Gang, but it's not really the worst, as it does buy a bit of time here on the map where GAM are going to be left wanting, not able to really find anything.
It's not going to stop them at all. You can see they're hunting for it. Gang, unfortunately, has just become the punching bag in this match. As soon as he falls, there's not really much set up for anything else for SHG. And oh, I think that charm may have landed as well. It's not going to eventuate anything. And with Evie finding himself that tower, alleviates some of the pressure. But now Kiai's going to find him, I think.
Yeah, won't be able to kill the Gwen, ultimately, but does find a chunk of damage. Evie, rather, is going to be really happy with that. Finds himself that solo tower gold, a bunch of minions.
149 stacks for Courage. That's some big numbers.
Yeah, that's it.
Never mind, he's dead.
Yeah, he went and got them there, unfortunately. And, you know, that extra 149 health does not matter when you have 0. But Baron going to be started up. Is there a realistic way that this can be defended? The quickness is available. Levi has his ult back as well. I mean, there's no Spirit Rush. That's really your only avenue.
Solar Flare's there.
Yeah, Evie, he comes in, but he's immediately stunned up. But look at the needlework. It could be great, but the CC is just too much. And Gang, unfortunately, will once again be paying his life. And it is going to be the Baron. just okay, a very, very greedy teleport from Evie. No real business going that deep in with his teleport, just gets CC'd, not able to have that uptime with it, needlework. They were all in a line. If he had the ability to actually fire off those ultimate usages, there was a realistic way where they were able to battle that, but unfortunately, comes in, gets charmed, gets stunned, gets knocked up, gets 1 R off and dies.
So it wasn't even Evie that got charmed. I think it was Levi as he, Levi Fate as he jumps in. If we watch it, so the TP comes in. Garmin like, oh, that's free. That's free as anything. Fate's on the top side.
Charmed.
Jumped in. Okay, so he is charmed. No, it was charmed. Ares is holding it for Levi, for Fate there in the thick of it. It was the quickness coming through. So Ares is just holding it. Like that charm is for one person and one person only. That's Fate's Yone.
Yeah, as you can see there, Kaya pretty happy with how that fight went, with how the game's going. 6-19. Feels like it's come out of almost nowhere. Up 8k gold. They have the Baron. Fate. I mean, they're able to find Ares a bit. The charm. Oh my god, the CC layering from both teams. Eventually, Spirit Rush comes out. Both ults used here for Elio and Ares, but it did cost Sejuani as well as Leona roll on the backside.
And once again, if Fate doesn't get charmed up by both of them there, the Fate Seal on top of all of that pretty much guarantees that they find a kill. How confident must you be as Iris that you are 4-0-10 and a Magi stacking up?
Yeah.
And 2 Magi stacking up, actually.
Yeah.
Guy has one as well.
A lot of books. A lot of reading being done. Not math, though. Now, a minute and a half left on the Baron. Recalls do come through. They're going to have one more opportunity to push with it. But, I mean, look at the score lines that you're steering down. 4-0-10, 8-1-8. Really desperately need Fate to get his Infinity Edge. Oh.
Oh, the smite stop. Yeah, Evie's
Is
dead.
there any way Evie gets out? No. But, okay, looking at the positives, that was a flash out of Levi. So at least that's not going to be available.
That was still a very lazy recall position, honestly.
It was. It was.
Like, I mean, that was an unnecessary kill. Luckily, SHG are at least trying to do something around the map. Fate is getting some decent damage. Unfortunately, Kiai is there. Oh, my lord.
Lord, yeah, that's Fate sealed use. He is going to live, but not before losing the majority of his health in the base. However, it is going to be Artemis pick himself up yet another as they march down and look towards taking these inhibitors. They have 30 seconds left on this Baron. Top lane inhib will be falling. The mid lane sure to follow. No Evie for 10 more seconds. The teleport coming through. This is a 5v4, and this is where it's GAM looking to end. One last opportunity here in our second series of the day for SoftBank as Arias does go forward. He is going to be able to find a lot of damage. Down goes Courage. Evie trying to do what he can, but Kiai is living on a minute amount of health. Fate, no ultimate, not able to find a way in, but Levi is. Levi comes in, he capitalizes, he's going to live, and it's going to be SHG falling as GAM take down the Nexus. Arias, for good measure, lands one final charm, takes the Nexus, and VCS will reign supreme.
Just an absolute trouncing out of this Vietnamese roster. The VCS representatives are eating good here in the competition so far. The second victory for GAM Esports here in Split 2, the mid-season for LCP. And look, I'm not sure. I'm not sold that it is enough for them to really threaten the top of the leaderboard. But again, when they are on, and they're on right now.
Yeah, it's a promising start, I think, is what you can certainly say. They've started now, they're 2-0 in terms of their series. They are all looking like they're playing really well. I mean, RS especially has to be the MVP, I feel like. While everyone had their moments, his Ari performance was possibly the best performance we've seen this split. I mean, almost certainly. And you could even make arguments into our first split. So just incredible work by him. And GAM, comparative to Split 1, and honestly, you can compare them to what they looked like in the playoffs. They are looking great.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at it, 2 spots on the line. The last thing these lads want is for it to be an all PCS show internationally at the mid-season and Esports World Cup. They want that BCS representation on the international stage, which they were denied, unfortunately, being taken down ahead of the grand finals of Split 1. But the problem now becomes, which team is it going to be? Vikings are looking good. So is GAM, Team Secret. Look, they're a team that you can never count out. They are all fighting for that same opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're here now in our mid-season, are having some great showings from everyone. And you can sort of see that even when you look at the fans, right? There are supporters for every single team we've seen so far. Every team has someone in the crowd looking at them. The Void Grubs stick out to me as the funniest stat. Just two. Just two, one apiece.
For the first time in 2025 LCP, not a single set of grubs was taken. And Evie, I mean, it was just so overconfident. RS, it's another phenomenal charm. Just kites out Evie, takes so much room. And they have to get to the tower just to threaten, and there you go.
That's so beautiful.
Straight through, charm onto the face, and Evie tanks that tower shot, and it is just enough. RS putting on an Ari masterclass.
And there it is. He is going to pick up that MVP as Silas in game one. Phenomenal. Won the game almost entirely off the Void Grub fight, where he did manage to pick up that Alistair ult and just rummage through the remains that were SHG, really. And then game two somehow outdid his game one performance on the Ari.
Deathless on the Ari too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, truly looking like they're firing on all cylinders. GAM, Kiaya, you could say he had a quiet game, but it's more or less because
he was still
playing very
1-1 and 11.
Yeah, he played very well. But unfortunately, when Levi and Alio and Ares are just on this much of a tier, it's hard to shine. Only so many people can look like the game-winning players in one single game.
I mean, my biggest problem with this SHG roster is Marble felt like a non-factor in both games purely because of the champions that he was put onto. Lethality Varus into a Jhin. There's only so much effect you can have in a game like this, and yeah, again, even the moments where SHG looked like they were back in it, it was only because Arias wasn't there. You get, look at another charm, another opportunity, more damage upon more damage. And yeah, to be fair, SHG really do bite back in this situation, get themselves a couple of kills. But the kills that they're getting, that's what, your Xin Zhao, your Aurora, and your Corki. And here we go again. We just... They thought this was theirs, dead to rights, and then the charm comes out at the last possible moment for RS to ruin their plans.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible.
Oh, this is it. So yes, they get the collapse, but Kiaya is feeding that information back to them. So they think they've got the drop here onto RS, but because Kiaya feeds that information that SHG are collapsing, RS knows to immediately dash over the wall to safety. So while GAM look like they were under the pump there a little bit, that information means that RS doesn't get caught out immediately. He doesn't get blown up immediately, and that SHG are just floundering to try and find any traction. They then brute force into GAM's jungle and force another fight to extend that lead out even more in favor. And while Bait pulls up a brilliant Bait sealed, it's off the back of the Shadow with no follow-up. So he's forced back out of position. Courage gets caught as well. And the first domino falls, and it goes from bad to worse in a moment. I mean, the ult's already popped. The charm is teleported into.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, just a few greedy moments, really, that we're seeing. And just oversights, perhaps, you could say on the Artican. Like, it should be pretty simple to know that, okay, we're doing Artican. There's a tri-bush right there. We need it warded. It's kind of the most important ward you can have around the Artican in general. And so just missing that out, like maybe they knew he was there, but like you can only know so much about that. You don't know when he's choosing to go in, you don't know anything, because ultimately Aurora jumps out of that invisible and is able to capitalize. I saw the play, I saw they wanted to get the guy teleporting in. Unfortunately, it was Ari, it was Ares who was on that much of a tier.
And it was because Kiaya was there feeding the information that the collapse was happening, that Ares knew immediately to get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah. Absolutely. Today's results, however, was a quick night. It was 2-0-2s. Talon taking the first series of the night. Not after a pretty good fight from the Chiefs, all things considered. And then it was SHG falling 0-2 in favor of our VCS representatives in GAM. Honestly, we're only at the infantile stage of our mid-season, but what a great start it's been. I think every team looks like they've leveled up And unfortunately for some, they need to make sure they keep improving on that before they get left behind in the dust.
Yeah, some teams are playing catch-up. They caught up from Split 1, but unfortunately they now find themselves playing catch-up yet again because those teams that they've caught up to from Split 1 have now elevated their play as well. And it is going to be a bit of a race towards the finish of this split, not just for the teams at the top vying for those 2 international spots going into MSI, of course, and the Esports World Cup, but those trying to avoid the danger zone down towards 8th position, because you got to remember that also has implications.
Absolutely, and while you fight towards the top, fight for those positions in the international competition, these are the people you're going up with. This is the leaderboards at the back end of our first night of week 2. It's GAM comfortably ahead, obviously having played 1 more game than the rest, but it's ultimately trailing very narrowly behind them. It's the Vikings and it's CFO.
Stop the count. 2 out of 3 top positions are VCS representatives. I'm happy to call the split here.
Chiefs are 7th.
Exactly. We're not out of it just yet. I'm happy to stop the count there. Season's over. Let's just finish it, right? Surely.
Absolutely. But take a look at the standings now, because I personally am on the opinion that these standings are going to shake up a considerable amount as we head down through our regular season of play, because ultimately we're very, very early in. Talon, they're down there at 5th, but they did have the toughest competition, I think, from anyone's standards after watching First Stand in CFO to start the competition. But you just saw the standings, and here are tomorrow's games. It is Team Secret Wales up against DFM, and the big one, it's CFO against Vikings. 2 teams that viably are competing for the top.
Yeah, there was still a bit of a skill gap in Split 1 between Vikings and CFO, but again, things have stepped up. The intensity is rising here in Split 2.
New 80 carry.
How have they closed that gap? Because we've seen the CFO Talon matchup, and there is still CFO holding that position, that top dog spot. Vikings now come into this as a bit of an underdog, and they are one of the most scrappy, tenacious teams in this competition, and CFO cannot pull their punches if they want to remain on top of the hot pile.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a big night tomorrow, ultimately. Team Secret Wales versus DFM. I think ultimately you go in, you're probably favoring Team Secret Wales 9 times out of 10, but there's always Aria.
DFM were looking pretty darn good in the opening play day. And DFM currently top 4. They kind of want to hold on to that as long as possible, if I'm being honest. I would not for a second drop the ball there if you're Team Secret Wales either.
Absolutely. But all things said and done, it was a fantastic night number 1 here of our week. But when we come back to you tomorrow, you saw it, the big one, CFO versus Vikings. We'll see you there.
It's madness. I can give it, but can take it like a habit. You run your mouth without a warrant, it's embarrassing. You think you're eating when I'm taking, and it's priceless. You're not on my league. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. From these basics, what I bought. Wanna level up, but no, nobody wants to work no more. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Gotta have this, give me more. While you're scrolling down your phone, I'm adding more lights to my show. Just a body, empty shell. I took your soul, fed it to a black hole because you find it fun to be overrun. I'm speaking for you now, I'm in control now. Took a pill just to feel, try to heal, but what's the appeal? In losing yourself, you'll hurt yourself. Lost in the moment, here's your condolence. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. smell the air. Life is different, now you're not in there. Thought you'd have your fun, but what have you done? You're on your own now, cold as stone now. Took a pill for a thrill, your free will, and it was yours until you lost yourself, forgot yourself. Just for a moment, now you feel broken. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out too early. Na 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 na. You're blinded, slow-minded, distracted, corrupted. You're under, hypnotized. Lost in the moment, now you feel broken. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out too early. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out too early. Na 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 na.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just to let